illness that is going around the country right now, we do have an increase in this area. It isn't as big as the national outbreak that's going on, but we do have a small increase. Half of our cases are related to travel. The other are probably related to food that's related to the outbreak that's happening nationally, but we just are waiting for that data to come in. A point source has not been identified yet. It is small numbers, so it's less than 30, I believe, but it is an increase. It's more than what we normally see. Another thing that we have been actively working on is making sure that our healthcare partners and emergency response partners know what to do in case an Ebola case comes in. So if you aren't aware, anyone that's traveling from Uganda or Democratic Republic of Congo that is coming into the country has to be tracked during their incubation. The people that do that tracking are our epidemiologists. So we have been doing that, and we also have been training our emergency response partners on what to do in case any of those very low-risk individuals become symptomatic, and that has been going very well. One of our most identifiable things that most people, if you live in this area, have interacted with us for is food inspections and our vector surveillance. We do all of the food permitting in the area and inspections. Because of all of the growth in the area, we are hiring new environmental health staff. We've actually just hired one person, so we have one more position to fill. So if you want to come inspect restaurants, we are hiring. But for mosquitoes, that is a very hot topic right now because we have found some positive West Nile mosquito pools. In fact, 7 mosquito pools have been found positive in Hutto. So definitely wear mosquito prevention. Bug spray when you're outside, especially in the early morning hours in the evening, as that's when mosquitoes are most active. I don't know what happened to the things there, but one of the big changes with the laws that has affected what we are doing with restaurant inspections was mobile food vending law. So there was a change in July with mobile vending food laws. So we are no longer the permitting entity for mobile food vendors. The state is. There's a statewide permit now. But we have signed a contract with them, and so we are their inspector for Williamson County. So if any inspections are needed for Williamson County, so if there's a food complaint for a mobile unit that comes in, we are inspecting them. So I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that and that Williamson County is still being taken care of. Another great program that we have is our navigation program. This program it was developed for our Wilco Care indigent care program that the county implements. And as well as the cancer screening program. But the grant that I mentioned earlier that we got was our benefits grant. And that made it so that we can now enroll people into Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP. So if anyone needs in our population help navigating any enrollment program, they can call us and get help. If they aren't sure if they are eligible, they can still call us, because if they aren't eligible, we have other programs that we've partnered with that we can help them get in touch with. We have found that for Medicare savings program for older adults, there's about 9,600 eligible older adults that haven't enrolled in Williamson County. And when we talk to people, or when the staff go and talk to people that are eligible, they have no idea those programs exist. And there's about 10,000 people of the older adult population in the county that are eligible for SNAP that aren't aware. So even if people don't think that they are eligible, they can contact us and we will help them navigate that program. We also do a lot of community outreach. This does say 138 events, but I have found that documentation didn't happen sometimes last year, so this was probably higher. And in Hutto, we've done a lot of events with the city, as well as some businesses and some HOAs even. Staff have gone out and talked to them about a variety of things that we do. And we've increased the amount of outreach events that we've done over the last year that I've been here to make sure that we're getting the word out about the services that we provide, especially this eligibility program that we have. We also run the Healthy Williamson County Coalition. And so this is a coalition of partners and residents across this county. It's over 90 partners and residents that have come together to identify the health needs of the county and what actions that need to be taken. There's 3 action groups that are kind of leading the cause. Access to health care, chronic disease prevention, and they're focused mainly on food needs that are linked to chronic diseases, and then mental health and well-being. If you use that QR code, that'll take you to a sign-up page. You can sign up for the action groups themselves or just the newsletter. And we welcome anyone to join those groups. If you aren't sure and want more information, just let me know and I'll get you that information. We also want to make sure we're getting the word out about what we do and who we are. So we have started a podcast, and it's called Public Health Is. We have 45-minute episodes that go over all of our different programs and with all of our directors. And we've also started shorter public health in the news episodes that are 10 to 15-minute episodes. So if you wanted to know cyclospora, what is actually happening, or about the mobile unit and what that law change was, those short episodes will give you facts about what is actually happening without having to rely on the news and straight from the public health source. So you can get that information. We're also starting season 2 in the fall, and that will be both, right now it's just voice, but in the fall, season 2 will be video as well. So thank you so much for having me. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Questions or comments from council?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Appreciate all the work y'all do. Just questions about communicable diseases in general.
Yeah.
So does this site or the county provide heat maps or updates? And I know I just clicked on the newsletter from the QR code, but is there any way to be on some type of push notifications on things like this?
Yes. If you go to our website, and actually I'll just send it through our Board of Health member and she can get it to you all. We have started a health alert system. So if there's anything of concern, our medical director or I have decided that this was something that was needed. In the last 2 months, we've built this system so you can sign up for those health alerts. Okay. As on top of that, I mentioned dashboards. In the next month, we'll be pushing out a notifiable disease dashboard. Okay. So you'll have readily accessible information about what's going on in the community. Right now on our website, we have a mosquito dashboard and a respiratory disease dashboard, but the 2 new ones that are coming out will provide a little bit more information about other diseases. And we're hoping that will be at the end of the month. At least that's the conversation I had yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is I'm sure these already exist. I'm just curious about them. So if you have some type of outbreak, again, communicable diseases specifically, whether it, mosquito-borne or viral or airborne. Mm-hmm. So working with the county and then the cities, also school districts, and then ESD people, and the trade schools, and then also colleges and outside of the school. So what does that look like? That's a big task. Yes,
it can be. I've spent my 20-year career as an epidemiologist, so I'm very versed in it. It can be a pretty big task. And luckily, the epidemiologists in this in this health district are fantastic. And we have really great partners with the Office of Emergency Management, all of the school districts, even Hutto's emergency manager. I know they're new, but we've already met with them and started building that rapport. As the previous one is now with the county. When something gets reported to us, they follow up with a physician first, and then if it's necessary, sometimes it's not, they'll follow up with the patient and do an interview. If an outbreak is identified, let's say it's a school, let's use a high school for an example. They'll call the principal or the school board, depending on what that partnership has identified as what the protocol is. And they'll work with that school or that school district
So
to
there's plans
kind of,
in place and
oh
they've been
yes,
ongoing.
lots of plans in place, lots of pre-planning exists, lots of conversations happen all the time. Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I was curious about. It's not so much the details, but
Yeah.
that they're there, we're working on them, and
All the time.
because the TB increase is a little disturbing. I wasn't aware of that
Yes.
here locally.
Yeah.
And then, and you said you did have heat maps on these things?
We
Are
will
coming up-
have,
Coming.
they're coming.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you for what you guys do. I appreciate the involvement in workforce development. We just had to talk about that upstairs. There's a lot of money getting spent all over the place for obvious reasons. And then it's sad to see, I'm glad you guys are a part of the Women, Infant, and Children program
Yes.
and how you do that. It's sad, though, to see almost double-digit increases each year because everything's growing so great and there's a lot of people benefiting. But when I see graphs like that, I see that some of the decisions that are being made by cities and county, we're making decisions that's helping some, but leaving more and more behind every year. And so that number, if we're doing it right, it should be going down. But thankfully, there's something there to help with that. But so thank you for what you guys do.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right, Amber.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Right, that brings us up to item 8.1, capital improvement projects, CIP updates and presentations. Kate's in charge and they're all back on schedule and under budget and ahead of schedule, right?
We're working on it.
Working on it. All right. There's a chance.
Okay, good evening. Kate Moriarty, Executive Director of Administrative Services. We're going to go through this. I believe for our two newer council members, this is probably the second CIP presentation you've had. I think you understand the cadence as we go. Ask questions, please, and I will see what I can get answered for you. Off the bat, unfortunately, I do not have great news on this. We got communication from our design consultant, HNTB, today after a discussion with TxDOT that you'll see on the slide that we've been waiting for agreement finalization to ensure that the letting date in February can continue as we've intended the last few months. And now it's looking like the construction and maintenance agreements between TxDOT and UPRR are not anticipated to be complete until April. So there's a few different options we're going to discuss with TxDOT once we set up a meeting. However, there is an option that seems to provide the lowest risk to the city in terms of schedule and ensuring that the contractor is not starting and stopping. And that probably looks like not going out to bid until later in the spring. So once I have additional information on that, that will get shared out. That's where we are with this.
A question. I mean, it's not this, but it's the road that goes right before that. It comes from, is it that side of Front Street by the feed store? Mm-hmm. Is that going, this is not addressed here. Is that something that's going to come up as far as the traffic? Because they have a stop sign. People on 1660, I go there every day. There's always a near miss of people that want to get it, that, you know, they've been waiting for long. They want to cut into the traffic.
Yes. I can follow up with you on that unless City Manager has something to offer.
Yeah, so, council member, for the record, James Earp, City Manager. That intersection that you're talking about is what has caused this project to delay.
Oh, okay.
Because we had originally asked for permission to have an additional red light at that intersection. And TxDOT originally said no. So we moved forward with design, and we got to the point of getting ready to go let, and then TxDOT in their review said, you need a red light there. So then we had to kind of re-engage and work with TxDOT, and whenever you change your plans, now you got to go change your plans with UPRR again. So that's what's caused the redo. But whenever this is done, it will have the intersection improvement at 79. It will have a red light improvement at Front Street and 1660 South included in the same project.
So it'll be a red light, and then the
red light
tracks,
and a
and then
red
another
light.
red light.
Yep.
We're still making safer. And people should be able to go, but it's the people trying to get out that causes,
Yeah, right now people
Of
aren't
issues.
able to really pull out when the traffic's queued up.
yeah.
So this will allow 2 lanes to be queued up, arguably. If you're turning right, you can pass through and just turn. And if you're going left, then you'll be on the left-hand side. But the red lights will be synchronized to where the side traffic will be able to flow into the intersection too.
That's a good update. Thank you.
Okay, 137. So we are expecting the first part of the redesign sheets from Garver. This was Garver redesigning parts of the plans to not include the detention ponds. So we are expecting those from Garver tomorrow with anticipation that capital excavation is back to work within the next few weeks.
Not before school starts.
Not before school starts. We have been actively coordinating with HISD to ensure that the students have a safe access, a safe walkway to the school. So we are anticipating on having sidewalk effectively, I guess not poured, it's going to be decomposed granite that will be along 137 to replace the sidewalk that was previously there. So we are in active coordination with them. So this is so close to closeout, Edgemont sidewalks. It is not finally complete. Staff did have a scheduled meeting with the contractor today, and we were not able to complete said meeting because their legal was present and ours was not. So the legal teams are going to coordinate from here on out, and hopefully there is a resolution on what is outstanding on the project very soon. Innovation at Limmer. Tonight, you all actually have a change order package. Pending your approval, we have the contractor here this evening, which I appreciate them being here. So we will discuss that, and then after the change order approval discussion, will be closeout for the project. Exchange Boulevard Roundabout. Notating the green, council voted to move this project up to next fiscal year at the recent budget workshop meeting. Design is complete. There is one right-of-way parcel that is outstanding, and that is in condemnation. And then you'll notice that we have one utility that still needs to be relocated. We have an anticipated timeline on that, so pending the utility relocation and right-of-way acquisition, we will then go out to bid and get the project moving. Yes, sir?
The significance of the asterisk? Or is this the whole?
I think those are the ones that James bet his job on if they're not in construction.
Oh,
by
oh,
August
thank you,
1st.
thank you. So previously it said reconstruction, and what we're doing right now is not reconstruction. Now, that is on the CIP, and that is planned for the future. But right now, we're focusing on completing the roundabout. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
But I will color those like blue or
But that is one of the ones that James has to have in construction by August 1st, just so you know, the pressure's on.
August 1st.
of next year.
Oh, okay. It's like, wait, I already missed it. Okay, T16 main hippo at FM 1660. As council, you may remember we previously brought forward an ILA for the school district to deliver the project. So I checked in with them this week. The anticipated schedule is included here. It looks like design is anticipated to be complete in August. (163) 90% design complete. Please note that this project is not slated for construction until fiscal year 29. So we'll continue to update you on right-of-way acquisition and any utility coordination as we get closer to the delivery of the project. 199, similar situation here. We have one right-of-way parcel outstanding, 90% design complete, and then this is also not slated for construction until fiscal year '28.
Kate, on that one, since now we're not going to have 1660 South and 79 until April, odds of that hitting are probably slim. Are we getting to a point where it makes sense to just go ahead and do this road now and just wait another year for that road? Because we've historically said we want to wait on this road, and so they're not both in construction at the same time, but we keep waiting on this one, waiting for the other one, and
I can certainly coordinate with both of the consultants and then develop a better understanding of what the anticipated construction timeline is for both of the projects, and maybe that can help inform what council would like to do with both of those projects.
yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay. Alliance Boulevard, this is also a project that council recently voted to move up to next fiscal year for construction. 100% design is complete. All the right-of-way we need is complete. We are going to send out some communication. I understand that there was direction for partial construction of the design plan, so staff will be communicating with council to kind of confirm what that looks like to ensure that we're delivering correctly. And then after that, we'll be going out to bid.
I think to speed it up, I think we set up to the road that Ironwood put in, whatever that road is.
I think it's called Parker.
Okay.
Is that right? We said just build it up to Parker?
Okay.
Basically to the YMCA entrance.
Yeah.
Innovation Boulevard, there is technically funding in this fiscal year, but it would probably not be sufficient for a design consultant to start and stop. Staff is going to review that, especially once we backfill some of the CIP positions to explore what this might look like just to get it started. But additional funding is not allocated until fiscal year '29. 130 northbound, we are awaiting the 100% submittal. And then further, we are going to be coordinating with, this should be updated, the consultant is Banesh. We will be connecting with Banesh very soon to discuss what southbound scoping also might look like for the project.
And the study on how much we have to pay to take it off, that's complete.
Correct. So that, we've confirmed that the northbound study is a moot point, and then we've also confirmed that we do not need a revenue loss study for the southbound as well.
Oh, we
So
already got that done too.
verbally. So we're looking to
Well,
get
that's
that
half the
settled.
battle,
And
it's just getting it verbally. The other half is someone putting it in
I
writing,
know,
right?
I fully agree, but we
So
are.
that's great. So then we could almost move that to a design phase 2, potentially with the developer.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, 132, so design is 100% complete, right-of-way is complete. I do want to notate this project in particular has a pretty hefty price tag, and so currently on your 5-year CIP, it's listed as a sponsorship-only project. That being said, I probably would anticipate council doesn't want this necessarily, these projects specifically falling off of our CIP plan, so between now and next year, when we bring back CIP discussions back to you all, we'll kind of look for direction in terms of how we would like to treat those projects. If we just want to keep them on the 5-year CIP, we'll have that discussion, but I wanted to flag this for you all. Okay, Lumber Loop. So we are awaiting the ice analysis completion. When we receive the ice analysis for this project and T48, which is another piece of Limmer Loop, that will be brought back here for discussion so council can evaluate the different evaluation or the different intersection options. I believe we are anticipating the ice analysis to be complete in September. And then theoretically, hopefully you'll note my additional asterisks. Depending on what the ice analysis comes back with, we might be able to reduce the amount of right-of-way that we need, and then also perhaps maybe that'll adjust or better inform what utility coordination looks like. Similar, the ice analysis for T48 is anticipated in October, so this Discussion will be brought to council just shortly after T47's ice analysis discussion. Carl Stern and Chris Kelly, we have right-of-way complete, utility coordination is underway, and then we are really just awaiting design completion. So still anticipated for this fall. Live Oak at Ed Schmidt intersection, we are anticipating basically the engagement agreement with Kimley Horn to be brought to you all at the August 20th City Council meeting, which will allow them to get going. Design is anticipated following that agreement, assuming it's approved at the August 20th meeting in December. So we're anticipating design completion in December, hopefully kicking off bidding and construction the following spring. Okay. Shiloh and Noack, it is substantially complete. We are routinely checking on where the contractor is at. They are very close to being complete. We are staying on top of them as much as possible to ensure that they are getting work done. But that's effectively it there. 1660 water lines, have coordinated with the developer. They are wanting to bid all of phase 1 and their offsite improvements all at the same time. And I think that is why we've had a little bit of trouble getting clarity on like what their timelines have been in delivering or starting construction. So we continue to stay in touch with them. I followed up with them this week just to check in on where things were. Yeah. Elevated storage tank. I believe that this should also include the water transmission main, so I'll confirm for that. This is out for bid. The water transmission main is out for bid right now. We do have one parcel that is in condemnation right now that is outstanding for this project. That is on the water transmission main, so not the storage tank. Iron testing. So if there are any questions about this, I'll have to lean on Rick a little bit here, or Public Works Director. But we have confirmed that neither Taylor nor Manville are the source of brown water, and that the recharge water coming online has actually diluted the iron sediment that we previously saw. If there are any questions, I know that this is a point of passion. Okay, I just want to take a minute. Okay, so Glenwood Interceptor, waiting on control panel delivery. That is the primary item that is keeping this part of the project from being closed out, as we are literally waiting on a control panel. The central lift station is working through their punch list, so they are substantially complete. And then the south lift station is still actively in construction.
Question on the control panel. I mean, do we have some ETA or that says it all?
I don't believe that they have shared one with us. We've also been asking for confirmation on when it was ordered, because now that is delaying and keeping this, from being closed out. We are actively coordinating with them.
There are alternative sources that we could buy from a third party that they would agree to.
We can explore that. We can certainly take a look at that.
Thank you.
Okay, South Wastewater Treatment Plant. We are anticipating a few change orders that have just kind of been matured through different field conditions being encountered. These are anticipated to be resolved within the contingency funds that were allotted as the guaranteed maximum price. This is a CMAR contract, so the contingency funds are still present for owner and, I believe, the contractor's contingency. So those will be taken care of that way.
Yeah, on a CMAR, does weather delays, does that affect where it could go over the limit? Or is that part of the risk that the construction manager picked historically?
Well, if the it all has to do with the way that the contract is formed. So if there's liquidated damages and there are days that are in there that can be requested for bad weather days, then you absolutely can have bad weather days requested and reduced. Now,
I mean, can costs go up because of weather delays for us on a CMAR?
No.
Okay, that's just eaten by the contractor.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
The point of CMAR being at risk.
correct. They gave you a guaranteed maximum price. And unless we change the scope and say, hey, don't put that wall there, put it over there, or something like that, then time is their risk, not ours.
All right.
Brushy Creek Interceptor Phase 3. So the first segment is complete. The developer is installing this in 3 segments. The second and third are actively in construction. We're in talks with the developer. They're anticipating submitting for bid as soon as they're done with construction and the infrastructure has been accepted. So that is progressing along fine. Southeast Loop wastewater line. We are working to coordinate a meeting with the contractor. There is a significant vertical deviation in the line, and we previously had a meeting to discuss what the implications were of this deviation and how we were going to resolve it. The contractor, have been trying to coordinate with TxDOT before connecting with the city, and it's effectively gone without a resolution for some time now. So we are working with the design consultant and the contractor to get something set up and resolved as soon as possible.
What's significant, 10 inches or 10 feet?
Do you remember? It's like 29 inches. Yeah, it's 29 inches, something around there. It's significant. So it's more than likely they're going to have to rip it out and redo it.
It happens. As long as it's not on our dime.
Correct. Brushy Creek Phase 4, we are finally at a good point with Atmos and have done the respective coordination and excavation that we needed to do. I do want to flag for you all, they are working around the clock. I also want to note that that might sound a little scary initially, but work is not to be completed within 200 feet of a residence. We did have some residents reach out initially. We coordinated with the contractor and corrected them to be within the boundaries of the permit and have not received any feedback or upset since then. We do have, so all of the outstanding parcels on the project have been in condemnation, in some form of condemnation. We finally have a hearing at the end of August for 2 of the 7 outstanding parcels. We are pursuing 3 possession and use agreements to ensure that we can have access. And then lastly, the 2 remaining parcels are unresolved with some trust issues between some families and property owners. Avery Lake Phase 1, design is complete. There is some additional right-of-way coordination that is needed to be resolved before going out to construction.
On that right of way, we met, there's only like 4 property owners. So is it
So I think,
something we need a phone call and say, hey, you guys wanted this, but now you're playing difficult, or are we being the difficult people, or what's up?
so in coordination with our right-of-way acquisition agent in-house, one of our staff members, I came to understand this week that the developer is effectively treating the Phase 1 and Phase 2 as kind of one catch-all for all of the right-of-way. So what I think may be happening here is there are 2 different parts of the project that may have different right-of-way acquisition needs, and here it's being reflected as just this one. But it is an intention of mine next week to connect with our right-of-way agent and understand what the issue is, I mean, we're anticipating one of them to close in the next 2 weeks, so I don't know exactly what is outstanding, but this is going to be top of mind, trying to support the developer.
Yeah, because, I mean, James knows, we know the 3 people or 4 people, one of them's a school district, and so they benefit the most from having a sewer line running by them, and that leaves 2 other families that were pounding us to do it. So yeah, if there's an issue, one of us can make a phone call and we can get it done, because we got this whole project, sprouts, everything else is all contingent on this thing here running on time and not a day behind.
Understood. Iron Road wastewater line is still in construction. We are trying to coordinate with the developer for an anticipated timeline. So as soon as that is made available, that will be included in the next CIP update. Central Wastewater Treatment Plant bypass. The re-rate capacity increase has been approved. There are associated public notices that are required with the approval of such, so we are coordinating what that process looks like and then awaiting 100% design submittal. Avery Lake Phase 2, awaiting additional right-of-way coordination. Design is complete for this one. So I understand that the what's next is blank. So connection from the wastewater treatment plant to where you see the 21-inch line is partially complete. What staff needs to figure out in order to better inform council is what the delivery timeline looks like on the rest of this interceptor. So as soon as more information is available, that will be shared to council as well.
Okay, not trying to be mean, but you guys are waiting to get information to present to us, but you knew today was going to be the date. So is it like they're not responding, or we're just busy and didn't quite get to that, or? Because I know you got like a lot going on. I just am like,
No, I don't, we haven't encountered anybody plainly not being responsive. So it is not that. It is developing an understanding of where things are at and trying to ensure that in this time that we are providing council with substantive information about where the projects are. And so I would like to have a better illustration to provide to you all in terms of what the delivery timeline looks like. And that is just me personally needing to coordinate with that developer to get that information.
that's fair. No, I appreciate that.
Okay, so we had I believe we are substantially complete, walkthrough today. We anticipate STR, who's the contractor, to be out on site tomorrow performing some work that is needed. We are anticipating a soft opening, I believe within the next week. So as soon as we are clear on the work that STR needs to perform tomorrow and have confirmation that the park is good to open, we will communicate that to council and then the public.
Wasn't it like in June, we were told that they just had to pour a parking lot and they were done? And they needed like a week of just dry weather?
Yes, and that issue took some time because there was a concern that just pumping out the water that was remaining in that corner of the parking lot wasn't going to be sufficient for that part of the parking lot to dry out. The base needed to be removed. There were several kind of second and third degree things that needed to be complete. Additionally, when staff went out there to review the project site, there were several additional items that were not appropriate to mark as substantially complete at that time in staff's opinion.
All right, so with that, because the public's all over some of us, like a wet blanket, so when I'm told, hey, we just need a week of dry weather, they pour a parking lot, boom, we're open. To me, that means staff's already gone out, inspected everything, and we are A-OK ready to go. If we're not ready to go, and then we're being communicated to, we just got to pour a parking lot, and then staff goes out and goes, oh my God, there's like one hell of a punch list here. I kind of feel like, to your substantial information to us, or I think you guys got to go out and make sure this is ready to go to where they should already be working on the punch list, because this thing was supposed to open last year, wasn't it? Or at the end of the fiscal year?
Very recent, yes.
So I mean, we're starting to creep into, Q3 is going to be Q4, and we're going to hope for a Christmas opening here. But that's all I'm looking for is whenever we get the information, yeah, like what you're doing, either don't give us any information or give it to us to where we know, like, we pour a parking lot, because it had rained for a month. And I told people, I said, I don't know, they just had to pour a parking lot. I don't know if they ran out of asphalt or what happened, but something.
Well, one of it, understood and noted. One of the issues was that when we did give that update, I believe that they had yet to pour, I can't remember what the term is, the cuts. They had carved out pieces of the parking lot to regrade.
They had trenched for some of the areas in order to keep costs down where the existing parking lot already was.
And once that work was done, it was not compacted properly. And so staff going out there and like raking their foot over it, it was pulling back. So that needed to be corrected. And that resulted in another delay, but understood. When significant work like that has not been performed yet, we'll ensure that we're only communicating with confidence.
In all of our new projects, we're putting the signs out that we said, right? That's got the
Yes.
project, when they're gonna be, because I'm gonna start taking pictures and just telling people, call the contractor, because we're paying them good money to hit a project on time. They said they could do it, and if they can't, they should get the wrath of the public, not us.
Trail adding Phase 2, the Upper Brushy Creek Water District we've resubmitted our permit to install the trail lighting to them. So we're pending approval on that, and then we'll coordinate with the parks team to ensure completion of the project upon approval. Adam Morgan restroom, this I believe is on for executive session this evening to discuss. This is awaiting additional legal coordination. I don't really know what I'm allowed to share, but
And I'll go ahead and share, we did hear from the surety, they are coming out for a site visit, so we're going to ask to postpone this executive session item to August 20th.
I love it. Making progress.
okay, disc golf. This project has also been on hold just because it really hasn't come to kind of any really inception. So upon the backfilling of some of our CIP team members, we will start this up in coordination with Parks. One of our contractors just joined. You don't have to worry about him.
Is it the Belcourt people?
No, they're here in person. This is for the CR 137 item later. Hutto Lake Park Trail, similar issue here. I believe we're waiting on a funding source and then also confirming what the delivery of this project looks like. Hutto Lake Park Playground, the Fun Abounds contractor is out there. They got out there this week. They are anticipating to be complete with the playground install this weekend, which is wonderful. We are anticipating substantial completion next week with Synergy, who is the contractor performing the landscaping, the irrigation, the sidewalk pour, that work. So we are anticipating completion next week on this. Okay, Police Station Justice Center, our CMAR is engaged. We actually have a discussion tomorrow to discuss guaranteed maximum price. And then this week in our weekly progress meetings, staff began to identify potential aesthetic materials for the interior of the building.
So, a quick question. So, what's next on the general obligation bond? When will we get that number that we need to provide for the election?
As soon as we have that confirmed with the CMAR, anticipating tomorrow afternoon, I believe that we would share that out with council, and then council is set to call for the bond at the August 13th special called budget meeting.
So the August 13th is the last day.
Technically, I believe it's the 15th, but yes, that would be the last opportunity for council to call for a yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Legends of Hutto. There are 2 change orders on for this evening to get this project back to work. And then staff is currently at the final stages of reviewing the redesign for a retaining wall, which is associated with change order 2.
Can we change that depiction to be what we're actually doing this year? In
That picture,
project?
yes.
Because I had someone ask me, when are you doing my road? I'm like, you know what, I need to follow up tonight because the picture I have is a whole neighborhood's being done, but I think we're just doing like a couple streets.
Yes. Okay.
And then the money, the second page for the money, that's not for all of them. That's just for the phase we're working.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
That's what I understood. Thank you.
I don't have a substantive update here. Staff is actively working to get a routine coordination meeting set up with Williamson County as well as TxDOT. They have been both responsive initially. Now it's just a matter of getting something on the calendar that is a routine coordination. So staff would anticipate to have some substantive update at the next CIP presentation.
When you guys get that, we've got a question for
Oh, okay.
the county. We might be able to piggyback on that meeting because it's tough to get on their calendar.
Yeah.
I know the Fire Safety Subcommittee has been trying to have a meeting.
Noted.
Yeah.
And then I made this presentation prior to receiving that information regarding the FM 1660 at 79 project. So there was no new information to inform you all that really would qualify a project as at risk. So that concludes my presentation. If there are any questions.
Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next we'll go on to 9.1, conduct a public hearing and possible action on ordinance number O-2026-033, approving amendment number 2 to Stromberg PUD to allow flexibility between residential and industrial uses.
Hello again, Howard Kuntz for the record. Action before you is a second amendment request for what we're referring to as the Stromberg PUD. I think, are you running this or am I? The big button, okay. There you go. So we've got a vicinity map. You'll see that the right-of-way there, the curved line, is the East Wilco Highway. To the north of this, by a couple hundred feet, is the mega site. So we're looking right now at the east central portion of the city of Hutto. Most of you have probably seen this at least once, if not twice before. So it's about 372, I believe, acres, somewhere in that neighborhood. Yeah. This first came to the city in 2024, in July. It was discussed by P&Z, where a recommendation for approval was sent forward to the council. The council subsequently at that time approved it in August of 2024 for a single scenario that was roughly a 50-50 mix of light industrial and residential. The next year, in 2025, it came back for the first amendment, which was tied to a public improvement district discussion, where an additional scenario was put forward. It went through P&Z process and came to council, where the delineation had changed from 50-50 industrial residential to 90-10, all residential. Primarily, the 10% was neighborhood commercial and other non-residential that would be able to service the residential parcels there. That was formally put together November of last year, 2025. So now we're here in July, August of 2026. They've come back for a second revision to their PUD. Initially, they had multiple scenarios for development that they wanted to put forward. There was a 50-50 scenario of residential industrial. There was a 90-10 scenario of residential and community commercial, non-residential, but commercial uses that would be primarily retail and service uses that would be geared towards the residential adjacent. And the third scenario was 100% industrial. At the time today, right now, we are at the standard of the 90-10. What they're asking for is to bring back all three of those scenarios again and have all of them put into play simultaneously with this action tonight. So if approved, they would be able to put forward a development plan that could be 50-50 industrial residential, could be 90-10 residential and the commercial, or it could be 100% industrial. The two scenarios that involve industrial would also seek to allow a electricity transformer station, substation, for the need and use of the electric on-site for the industrial uses. I'm sorry. Go ahead. So, yeah, that describes what I just said. So the property surrounding, there is ETJ directly to the north. To the right, or I'm sorry, to the south below is the right-of-way for East Wilco Highway. And then both east and west is also extraterritorial jurisdiction. The ETJ to the northeast and west is Chapter 43. It's the non-annexation development agreement. So if anything were to come and develop, they would be annexed into the city. Here is on the left the outline of the property there in the bright green, and you can see the future land use map showing the different uses that are perceived to move forward in the future. On the right, what we have is today's zoning. The gray to the north is the mega site. There's a little bit more gray to the southwest there. That's the city's wastewater treatment plant. The yellow is the lower density residential. The brown, there's PUD with a mildly more dense, but also single-family detached residential. Everything else out there is effectively ETJ or development agreement, Chapter 43 development agreement, not to be developed. So the purpose of PUDs as listed in our UDC is to create flexibility of design or land uses on sites which don't necessarily fit, well, the development plan doesn't necessarily fit within the strict code of our Euclidean districts. They allow for some degree of flexibility in the application of standards and rules on sites with unusual topography, unique settings, or difficulty or costly development problems. That's how the PUD district is enabled within the terms of the UDC today. Staff analysis shows that there's actually no changes to any dimensional requirements as listed in their development documents or in their maps. All they seek is the optionality of these land use scenarios. The scenario flexibility complicates technical review from the staff's perspective, trying to figure out ideas, especially when it refers to utilities, to rights of way, and to uses adjacent, what would be the most appropriate or inappropriate moving forward. Infrastructure and service impacts. The three scenarios have widely varying infrastructure and service demand profiles, making capacity planning in the future much more difficult, trying to figure out what types of roads would be the most appropriate, what types of water, wastewater services would be the most appropriate, that sort of thing.
Can I ask you something on that? So
Please.
when you do an SCR, what does that do for staff? Like, why do we make developers do SCR requests? What's the purpose of that?
It gives us an idea of adequate public facilities for what we have available, what we need to plan for the CIP for anything that's going to be developed that we will eventually have to accommodate within our terms, as well as what we could conceivably accommodate in the future adjacent. So it goes into deciding what exactly should be on the future land use map. There are other considerations as well, individually, parcel by parcel, but all of this just goes towards the orderly development of the community and being able to plan for what will be present. If every piece of land were allowable for every conceivable land use, we would always be chasing. We would be chasing roadway widths. We would be chasing traffic infrastructure. We would be chasing whether or not we needed to put wastewater lines out there at all, because there's a significant difference between ag versus industrial versus, commercial industrial.
Sure, but
So
they
that's-
tell
that's
you,
the purpose of this.
when they fill that out, they tell you, hey, we're going to build 5,000 homes, right? And then the city staff comes back and says, to do 5,000 homes, the zoning's this way, these roads have to be installed, this sewer, this water, capacity's here, capacity's not here, you got to do a lift station. They do all that, right?
They, to an extent, yes, working with the developer together.
Right,
yes,
so-
working together.
Three scenarios have wildly varying infrastructure and service demand. So if they have one, whatever they said, let's say they said 500 homes, and we said, okay, you can have 500 LUEs of water, you can discharge X amount of gallons, and you got to build one road. If they change what they're going to do they not have to fill out another SCR or amend that and bring it back and pay the fee again and come back and say, hey, you know what, we changed our mind, now we need more water, we need more of this? They have to do a whole nother SCR request
The
process,
SCRs
right?
are tied to the platting process, yes, which would be the last stage before building permits for stuff to come out of the ground.
Right, so then every time they do that, they're paying the fee, and staff, we don't lose money on these, because if we do, we need to adjust our fee schedule, but every time they change their mind, do we not just collect another fee from them and run the process again? If they want to do it monthly, at the end of the day, it's like, it's their money, or what? I guess what I'm looking at is what is really what's the impact on staff? Because everything we do is kind of fluid. It's not like we do here's our future land use map and go, okay, that's it. We're constantly rezoning, we're adding adding density, taking away? I guess I'm confused on why there's so much concern on this.
The biggest thing we look at is everyone else. We don't necessarily look at the capacity specifically for these parcels. We look at how that's going to affect everybody else that comes in for an SCR next door. And they say, well, I'm going to build 5,000 homes as well. And we look at them and go, we could. Depends on if we have 5,000 houses next door or if we have 2 industrial buildings next door.
Really, so when people fill out, they want to build 5,000 homes, staff takes into account stuff that hasn't even developed yet, or,
We take into account the things that are planned for.
but those,
Yeah,
but,
or the things that are allowable in the future land.
they've
use
already
map
filled out an
or the
SCR.
zoning ordinance.
okay, so you guys take into account what's allowable.
Mm-hmm.
See, that seems weird to me, because I would think if you go allowable, I could see why why you guys have a difficult job, because now you're sitting around going, well, what if this happened? What if this built? There's all this heavy industrial, when I always thought SR request was, here's today, no one else filled them out. And so if you take the last of the capacity, the question for the council is, do you want them to take the last of the capacity and that's it? I didn't know that staff is going in thinking, well, all this land that's in ETJ to the east, well, what if it does annex in tomorrow? And what if they do bring, then that seems very difficult to me, to where I don't even know.
So that's the macro scale. And on a micro scale, we'll look at things like stormwater. When we size a stormwater pond, we don't size a stormwater pond for every single lot that gets built in a residential housing project. It's sized for the maximum allowable. That's the most expedient way to determine that we know it's going to be able to accommodate what's going to happen. On this macro scale, when we do SERs, we look at, well, do we need 4-lane divided roads? What base is required? I mean, exactly what, and that's just roadways. We need to know whether or not some manufacturing and industrial has a much diminished requirement for wastewater than others do. Really, it depends on how many employees that they're going to have in.
Right, but you guys are running, I'm just telling you, being on that side, if you want developers to come up and not only tell you what they're going to do, but somehow help staff understand what everybody else could do, that's why our processes are taking so long. And I'm not saying you just willy-nilly make a rush decision, but if we're trying to debate, do we do a 2-lane or a 4-lane? We have a whole transportation plan. And so then if we're not even using that, I mean, I thought this stuff was a lot more structured, to where, okay, you're going to come in and do this. Here's a list of everything you got to do. If you want to do all that, then go build your project. But if we're taking into account land that may or may not ever be in the city, land that no one's actively developing, because unless they have an SCR request in, it's just guessing. I mean, it seems like it's a very complicated process to guesstimate everything that could happen. And so I'm kind of understanding now the process here, because I always thought SR request was all about what you plan to do. Now I'm learning it's not only what you plan to do, it's what everybody else in the area plans to do or could do.
Yeah, what
And that's a freaking
the
nightmare if
other
you're
land
talking-
use allowances, both zoning and future land use map for stuff that's outside, are taken into account what the expectation of our serviceability, and then what we would require of any applicant coming in to meet the deficit.
So would you guys rather have, as staff, would you rather have houses here or industrial?
As staff, I have no preference. My staff is pick one.
Well, I mean, just as a planning, with the people that you deal with, from engineering, capacity of water, like, I guess, what uses more water? Residential or potentially another industrial use, in your experience?
In my experience, residential.
And then what uses more wastewater, the residential or the industrial? Knowing that-
Primarily residential.
And then like police and all that stuff, what's going to use more, the services, the residential or
Yes.
the? Because I understand you guys' issue. It's right on the border of heavy industrial to the east or north, employment to the east, and then to the west is like 3-acre residential lots that may or may never come into the city. And then we can either build a neighborhood here, which probably would require some major road investments. And these guys
on
are
their
like
part.
residential builders by nature. And so then we keep going to them going, can you do an industrial? I mean, we're like actively marketing their property for them for industrial. So I can see where they're like, I know residential, but the city keeps asking me to do commercial or industrial. And if I do that, I'm just trying to figure out what we think is the best, because I'd like them to stick to one too, but when they want to stick to residential and we keep pushing for industrial, I can kind of see where they're like, if,
I don't think, other than the future land use map, you know, calling out what we'd like to see something congruent with the input that we got from the community when that map was put together. To skip to the jump on this, I mean, staff and P and Z both had, you know, the biggest problem with saying yes to this because they seek to entitle it that it accommodates everything. They're trying to build the property that they can market to every conceivable person who may want to come and develop on it. And, you know, like I said, it poses challenges to us. Do I have a preference for the three? I do not. I have no preference of the three. I merely want them to pick one so that we can do our job and make sure that everybody is accommodated at build out and beyond.
I guess we gotta, if they want to do residential, we gotta stop pushing them to do industrial. We is not you, but other people that are inside this building, push them to do something other than what they,
Yeah, just
we
pick
may
one
be-
and push that.
yeah, we may be complicating the situation. Because like when they were working on a pharmaceutical, bringing a big pharmaceutical company, we're all like, hey, man,
Yeah.
we'd rezone this thing to industrial in a heartbeat to get that use. But again, they're residential people, so then they go down that rabbit trail and then that falls through and then they're back to do residential and we're like, hey, we got another hot prospect. Do you think you guys would go down that route? And so I can see where we're probably creating issues ourselves.
Here's what's enabled today. This is the expectation, the scenario one, the 90-10. This is what went through the PID
90%
process.
residential.
And then you'll see that the even the darker yellow is just a little bit higher density, some expectations of townhomes or higher density, single family. And then the red there would be, I mean, let's be honest, it's gonna be a
It's
gas
10%
station and convenience
residential. Am I
store.
reading this wrong?
90-10 residential, 90, it's not 10% residential, it's
90
90% residential, 10% other.
non-residential.
Well, accessory to residential, let's call it that, but it's not
That's what I
residential, it's
understood.
the,
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's confusing.
And then, but additionally, tonight, they're also asking to enable this, which you'll notice the north half is gray, that's industrial, and the south part there is the two residentials, and a very diminutive piece of, you know, commercial that's there along the East Wilco Highway right-of-way. And additionally, they want to enable this, which is 100% residential, or I'm sorry, 100% industrial, sorry,
Yeah, I think they worked at 50-50 in the beginning, right?
Yes.
correct.
Because we had a big talk about, okay, it's okay keeping the industrial up along the industrial, maybe put some multifamily to help buffer, and single family up and next to a 380-foot wide highway to the south. But, you know, residential was hot, and then we started pushing them to, hey, you know, maybe residential isn't the best thing. Maybe you ought to try to figure out how to
And it's,
make it all industrial.
I mean, so much of that is undeveloped right now, and it really is a question mark. You've got the inland port that's to the east of the mega site. You've got Samsung to the east of that. I mean, I don't envy the property owner. Trying to figure out the best way to plan this moving forward. I recognize that it's a challenge just because this is an emergent section, and anything can happen with emergent. But the decision that you make will have repercussions on what comes next. So if it's more industrial, then we've got a whole section of the county that's becoming an ersatz industrial park. And that will drive decisions going in the future, you know, be less attractive to things like residential or maybe an old folks home or things like that might not want to be out in those sections. But it would also attract secondary businesses that would be attracted to that. Or if it goes residential, well, then there would probably be an expectation of attenuating the proximity to those industrial uses and trying to minimize it as much as possible.
Yeah, then we could end up like Houston, having a
bit
2,000
of
home
everything.
neighborhood surrounded by industrial park.
Or the Astrodome or whatever.
Sounds
else.
great today, and then you buy the house, and then they all complain that they got tractor trailers and engine noises, and it's like, wait, you bought the home, that's why it was cheaper.
So just to let you know, the signs did go up, all the notifications were sent out. We didn't receive any letters of support. We got a couple letters of objections that should be in your packet. We had a couple folks that did come to P&Z, and I'll note it, they stressed their concerns. I can't necessarily say anybody came out and said, by God, over my dead body. It wasn't that type of objection, but there were some worried looks from some property owners alongside that said, we have a lot riding on your decision, so please think about this thoughtfully. you know, I understand the EDC's position, and I understand that, you know, the staff wanting to work for them for the sake of economic development out there, but the rest of us that are doing the after the fact work recognize that it's going to be a little bit more challenging if we don't know what it is than to be able to make adequate plans for it. So I believe the applicant's here this evening. We would like to speak for you as well if you have any questions for them.
We've seen them like 5 times over the past few years that I think I've been here. Well, let me do this. Let me open up the public hearing. We'll open up public hearing at 9:11 p.m. and ask if there's anyone from the public that wishes to come up and speak regarding this PUD amendment. And seeing no one, will close the public hearing at 9:11 and open up to council questions or action.
Well, personally, I would like to hear what the developer wants to say or has to say, or his views, his perspectives.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Seth Merrick. I'm the CEO of Gray Civil. We're the engineer representing Waymaker Ventures on the Stromberg PUD. I've been involved with all of the entitlements on this project and initial discussions dating back to 2019. I think staff did an excellent job of kind of walking through the history of the approvals on the PUD. We also have Crystal Harris here, who's our entitlements manager, and can walk through that in great detail, and I can cover some additional points, or I can simply answer questions. I would say maybe one of the things that I did want to cover quickly is the roadway. We've called it the Mega Site Arterial. It's on y'all's roadway plan and was also on the Williamson County Arterial Plan. There's also an approved preliminary plan for this project, which shows the right-of-way for that arterial. Regardless of the way the zoning goes on this PUD, that arterial requires dedication of either the full width or the half width of that arterial right-of-way along the eastern boundary of the site, which is intended to connect CR 132, which is the south boundary of the mega site, all the way down to East Wilco Highway. So I think importantly, Howard covered the utility aspects. This is Jonah water, not City of Hutto water. So I agree with his assessment that it would generally be less impactful to Jonah's water system, the city's wastewater system, if it goes industrial versus residential. And then the other thing I would clarify is the roadway section is anticipated to be the exact same based on y'all's roadway plan, independent of the land use that is allowed for the project. So it puts a big arterial. This project is required to build half of it, regardless, or 2 lanes of it, I should say, regardless of how the zoning goes. But if you'd like to see or hear us with a more detailed presentation, we can go back over it. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
I don't necessarily think that you have to go back over it again. I was actually here when you presented to P&Z a few meetings back. And so it was basically left in limbo as to nobody wanted to make a commitment. Nobody wanted to make a decision. So here we are. I personally am not in favor of the 90-10. I think it's residential is overkill right now. I'm not necessarily 100% on industrial as well. So if I had to make a choice, it'd probably be 50-50. My position is bring more industrial to the city. By doing that, we're going to bring more jobs into the city, and the people who live in Hutto, who can work in Hutto at competitive rates, are going to spend their money in Hutto. It's going to be better for Hutto. So, if I had to choose, it would probably be 50-50, and I don't even like that, to be honest with you. But that's my position.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the amendment as presented.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield. My reason for that is exactly what you said. I mean, I'd rather have us set on a certain plan. It's always been when they, and I don't know why exactly they did this, they annexed this property in years ago. And I probably regretted that because they became a taxpayer well before they were going to develop. But it's always been looked at as residential, but as the area has grown to the north and east into more and more industrial, I mean, just north of this and probably, 800 feet to the west is the Skybox.
Correct, it's
Data
less
center.
than 1,000 feet, and it was unilaterally annexed by the city initially.
Yeah. I didn't want to go back to 2019. We're trying to forget that 2018 and 2017, all that. But so really, we're 1,000 feet away. So I mean, and then I look at it from a residential. I don't know where the people go, because to go to any kind of services, they're either going to have to go out 132, and then when the Southeast Loop is fixed, they're going to have to wind around and go and come all the way back, or they got to go down south and hit the Southeast Loop and come back up. And so to me, it would be best to be industrial, but I know that markets change, and I also know part of the problem is if they keep it residential and they have someone on the hook, the first question I always ask is, how hard is it to get zone industrial? Now, there's an argument to be said, well, then we can pick and choose who that person's going to be, but we're going to do that through all the other processes we have when it comes up. And the only reason I'm okay with the little flexibility here is because of where it's at. It's in, I forgot what Howard called it, but it's in that section to where it could go one of two ways. And I'm sure the people in ETJ on the west of this site would rather it be residential because they have their properties there, but this is in the city already. We're not annexing it, and it is surrounded by industrial, so then we have to look out for the people who would live there in the city. And then I don't even know what the school district's going to do because they got to get a bus over there somehow and get everybody bussed out. But it's just difficult, and I think probably industrial is best for everybody. But anyway,
So we had a second?
Porterfield.
Okay. My question, I was actually on planning and zoning back in 2024 and heard it from the beginning, not back to 2019, but and heard all the for and against, or the pros and cons. I know that, well, I believe this, you can correct me, this is all market driven. Is that a correct statement of how this mix is going to be? You have investors, or there are investors, and they want to get notably so, to get the return that they get their investment back. And so I think the flexibility and the changes from the 50-50, 90-10 now to 0-100 is all in response to market fluctuation. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's a fair assessment, and I would also say that one of the reasons for this dragging on has been waiting for infrastructure to be in place, a combination of water from Jonah, wastewater from the city. You all saw your CIP line with the wastewater line that runs along the East Wilco Highway. Still need to figure out what's going on with the 29-inch problem there, but now that utilities are in place, I think what you're seeing is there will be a market-driven answer to what this land use ends up being on this project, but 2 years ago, there really wasn't an opportunity to move forward. There weren't even utilities.
So I understand the concerns of this pick one type of philosophy, and I don't think that's a bad philosophy. My concern is that, okay, we get a direction from the developer and the investors that this is the way we're going to do, or this is the way we're going to go, whatever the split's going to be, and we start the momentum going in the design, architecture, engineering, the city, the staff, the permitting, all like that. I'm worried about somehow 6 months to 18 months into that process, we want to change it again. Mm-hmm. And I know there's money involved, more so on the developer side, investor side, than it is necessarily on the city, but it gets in the way of all the other things we could have been doing, type of thing. So that's my concern, is having this, the flexibility. How do we guarantee? How does the city feel comfortable and knowing that we picked a mix and that we're going to stick to this mix? And There's we can't really change it after some set point. Is there any way that we, the city, can get that type of, I don't know, condition?
I think you'll have the certainty after there's a prelim that's approved already on the 50/50 plan because that was what was moving forward at the time. I think when you see construction drawings in for a subdivision or an industrial development, as the case may be, generally when that commitment is made, and like I've mentioned, now that utilities are in place, I think you can expect the next submittal to be one that has some legs with utilities available, East Wilco Highway being complete. I think this is the time when you're going to see this project come to fruition. So I would say that I'm not sure a deadline needs to be put on anything as much as understanding that this area is now ready to be developed. It wasn't quite ready a couple years ago, worked on this zoning, but I think the next thing you see should be the thing that moves forward.
Yeah, I think deadline's too legalistic, but where we have a solid commitment by all parties involved that this is what we're gonna go do, we're not gonna change it.
I think when those projects come about and you see plans submitted, I think everybody will be saying this is what's moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
So what are we voting on exactly? I'm not clear.
It's to have the three options to be able to go. They're
Who's gonna
currently 9 to
pick?
10.
Who's going to pick it?
Well,
They will, right?
they are through the development process.
Well, and Mayor and Council, I want to remind you that you've created a public improvement district over this area. You didn't put the 90-10 residential, commercial split in that, but we do have a development agreement that has a concept plan for the 90-10. That will have to be amended and come back before council when they choose their final concept plan.
Yeah, I think what this does, honestly, is because in a transition area, any piece of property in the city, I think, could have the same issue. Like you're talking Limber Loop up along, say, Innovation. Could go industrial, someone could say they want to do a neighborhood, and we're going, well, there's industrial to the north, and they're like, yeah, but we really want a neighborhood. Most things, I don't think I would be in this position because I would say you're surrounded by neighborhoods. And so it's going to be commercial. We did that before with the first Titan project. But then this one here is where, I mean, it could be an extension of the residential that goes out, and then that's the defining line on the east side of the north-south road. I would hope that it wouldn't happen that way, but, so yeah, that's what the motion is, to give them the flexibility to still bring back, I mean, they still got all the processes. They can't just build what they want to build and never come back to us. They still got to, this is just, I think, the first step. Is that right?
As well, they seek to exempt themselves from the future land use map amendment process, meaning they would not have to come back and amend the future land use map to assign whichever zoning they choose.
But that's any PUD does that.
Say it again?
Any PUD does that, right?
No, no, I wouldn't think that would be appropriate. I think
So
that
if you did a PUD that said, hey, we're going to do a mixed-use residential, commercial, and
if all of
if
those
red's
are appro-
residential and commercial is blue, then you're going to have a gray area that's a PUD. And then they still got to come back to the city, and they would have to determine what part's going to be residential, what part's going to be commercial, right?
They would have to show that, yeah, they would have to show a rendering of what would be where located on the site.
Yeah.
But that residential and the associated, whatever the mixed use is, would still need to be consistently acceptable for, as it relates to the future land use map. So if the future land use map calls out for employment, and we really wanted to see office buildings and other type of institutional uses, and they sought residential and retail, they would have to amend the future land use map for that PUD to go through.
Oh, I got you.
So in this instance, this calls for neighborhoods. But within the terms of the PUD document, not any of the renderings, but the document itself, they've asked for an exemption so they don't have to come back and keep changing the future land use map every time a different use comes in, which would be consistent with any of the three scenarios that they've sought this
I
evening.
got
So
you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's frustrating and it's ridiculous. You know, because you can't please everybody. Some people are going to want industrial, and so you're going to have to plan for that. Some people are going to want all housing, so you're going to have to plan for that. So from my perspective, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So just pick something.
I have a question, Mr. Coontz. Is there a timeline where by agreeing to this, do we then do any, can we do anything like set? You guys gotta decide by this time if we give this flexibility, because you made some really great points earlier where how consequential what happens to this little parcel or, I don't know, significant size to this PUD is going to be for what's happening with a lot of the undeveloped areas around it. So is that something that we can ask or request, or have they already given a timeline? Like, hey, we're giving this flexibility. We guarantee that by this date, we're gonna let you know exactly what we're doing. And then that allows us to plan around that.
We haven't gotten that information, no.
Okay.
Staff has not yet. And I mean, I can't imagine that without a client, without somebody that was interested in putting that project in the ground, I don't know how they would be able to determine when they would start.
Yeah, I think he stood up.
Like you're asking that, can there be like a deadline?
Yeah, like a deadline, so at least because it's so consequential.
Yeah, to kind of answer the question about the flume amendment, I think the understanding is this area is in flux. When this was adjusted, this area had not gone as maybe strongly in the direction of industrial as it has in the last 4 years. I think a time period could work if that's the mechanism that the council wants to go through. We could set a guideline of 3 years as an example. So processes in the city generally take several years at this point. So if an adjacent property was moving forward, they would know by the time they got to the end of their process. Or we could give an update every year from the developer that says, you know, this is the progress, and y'all may know that from EDC discussions already, but if it was residential, you might not. So I think either one of those could be done, but, you know, I think 3 years, they'll know.
So you guys are okay if this expired in 3 years?
I think if the 100% industrial expired in 3 years, that would be fine.
Can you legally do that?
We'll have to take a look at that. Now,
Not our idea, but I'm
mean, can
trying to be
we-
I
flexible.
can say that you might be able to do that, but I can't just like say conclusively, but I could.
So can we approve
I
that?
could probably figure it out.
All right, so we could say that pending
Well, let's just
city
bring it
legal.
back.
Well, I mean, because you need some direction from us at some point. So if we approved it pending
So
city
you're
legal.
saying the 100%
Industrial.
industrial.
Would be good for 3 years, till the end of, to begin at 2030. 2020.
I'll have to figure out how to write that. I can't do it like right now.
I don't think we have to do it live, but I think 3 years would work.
All right, so I'll just amend if you're okay with it, I'll just amend it that the 100% designation ends on 1/1/2030.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm good with that.
And then I'm sure Dottie will knock it over the next couple months, that's why we'll say.
Well, you know, if you can't do it, we'll have to bring it back and say, you can't do it that way.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So, but you do have your development agreement that has to be amended if they're gonna do 100% industrial.
That's also.
That's what I mean, that's why I say this is only one step. Once we do this,
Site plans.
we've only
Yeah.
started, we'll get them for another couple $100,000 in fees before this thing gets finalized. I mean, no, but you're okay with that change?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that help some, Councilor King?
Yep.
Good idea. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, please call the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you all. See you in less than
See you
3
next
years.
year.
Or in 2 weeks. All right, next that brings us up to consent agenda. We have items 10-1 through 10-12 up for consideration. Are there any that council wishes to pull? I have 10-2, 10-3, 10-8, and 10-10.
10-2, 10-3, and 10-10?
And 10-8.
10-8, thank you.
10-3's been moved, right?
I think, I gotta ask him.
Now, one got pulled.
Pool team three?
Was it 10-3 that got
Well,
pulled?
nothing
Honeywood
got,
got pulled.
nothing's gotten pulled unless we approve it to be pulled.
Okay.
What,
Think
what
that
are you
was the
pulling
request.
again?
10-2, 10-3, 10-8, and 10-10.
Any others? Make a motion to accept consent agenda items 10.1, 10.4, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, 10.9, 10.11, 10.12.
Second.
You said second? All right, motion by Councilor Morris, seconded by Councilor King. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have item 10-2. Consideration and possible action on resolution number R-2026-158, authorizing the city manager to execute change order number 3 with Liberty Civil Construction LLC for $152,512.48 additional cost and 149 additional days for the modifications and improvements to Legends of Hutto Drainage Improvements Phase 1 Project CIP D01-2024. And here's why I pulled this, is I was reading this staff notes. If I read this right, it sounds like the same problem we had with another project where we got design plans. And then it says, during the construction progress for the project, a discussion occurred between a city construction inspector and a contractor. And then for the on-site discussion, Liberty was made aware, blah, 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 the U-channel on site would need crushed aggregate placed below the channel, which I would have thought that would have been in the plan specs, whatever it had to be. And then as a result, the general contractor submitted an RFI request for clarification, and we lost days, money. I got that round up?
Got it round up right.
All right, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, again, I'm used to like the tree, if you want to plant a tree, it's got a detailed drawing, it's got to be so many inches down with a stake at a certain angle. And somehow we got all these plans, and I'm not questioning the city inspector, but I'm questioning the city inspector in some aspects that, did it really need to be crushed gravel? Was it really a major thing? Was there a preference? Because whatever it did, it looks like it cost us $152,000 and what's that, 5 months delay? And so if it was important enough to do all that, but I don't get complaints on our inspectors, but I do know some in other cities. They got preferences, and I've been told to rip up a slab one time because they don't like the way we do the plumbing that was permitted that follows code. So I just want to make sure that when we're making these plans, people know that whatever the crushed stone difference is, it just cost us a 5-month delay, $152,000, and I hope it was exactly what had to be done, because it was a hell of a conversation and design for whatever it is we're doing. I'm not even a construction guy. How important is this?
$1,023 a day.
Yeah, so, I mean, when we're making decisions, again, if it's important, I think we ought to be doing it, but if it's just someone out wielding their weight, like where we're gonna put, was it pump track or something we didn't know where to put, or a wall, what was that?
Yes, that was a pump track. That was
Yeah, see, that there cost us an arm and a leg, and so we just gotta make sure. So I don't know how important this is, and I don't know to justify, it's just more of a statement that,
It is necessary for the project. And there was some miscommunication during the bid phase and the way that the consultant was supporting us. So this should have been included in the original bid response as appropriate materials. And so the city would have paid for those materials at that time, included in that total contract price. And because of some miscommunication, it's now coming up now of, this should have been included originally. This should have been a part of the total contract price from the get-go. So this is not staff acting outside of scope. This is needed for the delivery of the project.
and if I remember right, the project said, basically referred to the geo report on how to, which is what I'm accustomed to when we're pouring concrete. It goes to a geo report that tells you how much stabilization, how much this, how much undercutting. So is it our fault that the contractor didn't follow the note and didn't go to geo report and see what they had to do? I mean, is that really our fault, or is that like, hey, you guys need to pay attention better, do a better job of paying attention to the details because you bid on a project that you just lost $152,512.48 to?
So during the bid phase of the project, a contractor who happens to be the one that was awarded the contract did ask a question if a geotech would be provided, and the consultant who was supporting the procurement phase of the project understood that question differently. So the contractor was asking for a geotechnical report, is my understanding, and then the consultant responded, yes, a geotech will be provided, referring to geotech testing. So they were talking about two different things, and then due to the timeline of the bid closing, the clarification, the contractor did not have the ability at that time to ask a clarification question. And so between the start of the project and later into the project, I want to say early May, they are here so they can better inform me and speak to it. They asked for clarification on why they hadn't received the geotech report. So basically this was an outstanding item, and when it got to, hey, these materials are needed for the delivery of the project, we don't have X, but we need the material, that was when this conversation largely kicked off and confirmed that we actually do need this material for the project.
In essence, I guess what you're overall saying is, had everything been communicated right, we would have been paying $152,000 more anyway. It's not like something was done and then
Correct.
redone. I think Matt Rector had a deal like that once, right? He was like, look, we missed it, and had it been caught, it was going to cost you more anyway. It's not like we're tearing stuff out.
Correct.
So it's not, because a lot of change orders or someone screwed something up and
Yes.
we got to redo work. This one's not a redo, it's just more of a,
It was missed in the beginning.
there was a piece of the puzzle
Reconciliation,
missed.
yes.
Motion to accept.
Okay, because as you know, I absolutely hate change orders.
Sir.
And the city always loses money and a contractor always makes money, and sometimes they got to lose money, but this doesn't sound like that's the case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to approve 10-2 as presented.
Second.
Thanks for that explanation.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other discussion on this one? Hearing none, please call the vote.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Morris?
Thank you. Member Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have
10-3.
item 10-3, consideration possible action on resolution number R-2026-159, authorizing the city manager to execute a change order package with Elecnor Belco Electric Incorporated for $32,903.21 additional cost and 223 additional days for the improvements to the Innovation and Limber Loop Capital Improvement Project, CIP T13-2024. And I believe you said the 223 is supposed to be 89.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, so they're here to tell us why it took them a year to do something other people can do in 3 months.
They could respond to that. They had requested that staff include specifically their change order 2, which is in relation to the long lead time for the procurement of the materials that were needed for the project. Staff hasn't been of the opinion that we've seen enough of due diligence being performed to accept that change order. They can speak to it for sure, but I do believe that is the outstanding point of contention.
Did they want time because they didn't order signal poles in a manner that we think they should have ordered them?
I don't know that staff has been informed of when the poles were ordered. I also want to notate that award of the project was, I believe, in March, and then the pre-con wasn't until May, and that was for a few reasons, and some of that disconnect in time is on city staff.
Right.
However, I don't know, and they can speak to it because they're here, if during that gap of time, if the materials were ordered prior to bid, right after bid.
So
You know what's the great thing about today is before today, I couldn't talk about my previous experience. And now I can't get fired. We built an entire convenience store in a time it took these guys to put up a signal, which is amazing because, I mean, you can only imagine all the procurement that you have for that. And somehow that happened. And then these guys know they're putting a signal up. And it was awarded in March. They had the pre-con in May. And if I remember right, they asked for a delay because they wanted to wait for school to be out, which confused me since they're not by a school. They're a mile away from a school. But okay, we gave them that. And then they're probably learning now. I start keeping track, and the minute someone says they're going to be done by a date, I'm just waiting for that date to come around to beat up on you guys for not hitting them with liquidated damages. And then these guys missed that date so far. Everybody started feeling sorry for them. And Jim's out there willing to help them wire it up and do everything he can because it's like we started feeling sorry for him. But now I can say what I used to do. So, yeah.
Mayor, this is predominantly the change order that was revolving around the discrepancy between what they put in their schedule for the lead time of the polls
75 days.
and what the actual lead time of the polls ended up being, and then them asking or stating, well, that was beyond our control, so therefore we're not responsible for that schedule slip.
And I sent you the dates that we can order the same poles at work. And we'll get up and list it, but my opinion is if you're in the signal installing business, then you know what it takes to get a pole. And if you're new to the business, like if I went to go out and do poles, I would guess 75 days because I'd say, why not? That's plenty of time. And then I'd order them and they'd go, my God, it's 180 days or whatever. But if you're in the business of doing that, I don't know how you screw that date up personally. And I don't know why that's our problem because why even have a deadline if he's got to build a house and he's got 3 months and he can't come back later and go, they had a shortage on 2x4s and now I'm 2 months behind. He's going to have to eat it.
Thanks,
But-
COVID.
So in the contract, it says it did allow for 75 days of lead time on the mass. Is that correct?
Yes, to my recollection, that's correct.
And then how long did it take approximately?
Yes, yes.
And who was the one that was talking on the phone when we were doing this? That was called in.
How's it going?
Hey,
Pretty good.
It didn't matter.
Good evening.
We're beyond
I'm Paul Oliver. Nice to meet you all. I actually was the one speaking in not the past meeting, City Council,
Well, good to meet you.
2 months ago. First of all, and before talking to our project, I just want to give congratulations to your staff because I've been only in 2 City Council meetings and your staff is doing a big amount of work. They're dealing with a lot, and I'm aware that they are not that big of amount of people. So I don't know if there's a lot of people that tells you that, but I think your staff is doing a great job and they're dealing with a lot. So kudos for that. That involves as well Patricia. I'm aware that she just retired, and I just wanted to bring that to you. Apart from that,
I have a
for his
specific
question,
question.
yeah.
I have a specific question. I understand, I may be incorrect, but I think I've read that in the contract, there was a schedule potential delay of 75 days.
yes, sir. That's special provision 000 T13 2024.
So how many days did it take to procure those masks?
The delay time or the lead time of the material after our PO was provided to our vendor was 168 days.
So the contract was 75, reality was 168.
That's 24
Wow.
weeks. Yes, sir.
So the contract was 75, the reality was 168.
Yes, sir.
Why does the city have to pay for that delay when the contract said 75? Why should why should that consequence be on the city and not on the contractor?
Sir. So this is our first time doing business with the city. As you well said before, you had other contractors that probably have more time working with you guys, and that they already know what you like and what you want. In our industry, which at the end of the day, if you don't think about it very much, it's just a sign and it's just a pole. But there's small modifications that at the end of the day they take into account on the manufacturing side. If I procure as contractor piece of material that at the end of the day is the major part of this contract in specific. And I wait those 24 weeks, and we could say 24 weeks from March, whenever I sign the contract with you, with the city. And then I get the poles on site, and the inspector inspects them, and looks like it's not something 100% as per the city specs or requirements. Then we have an additional delay, and that's 168 days times 2. With that being said, Electric Electric has a quality procedure where even if you are a customer for more than 15 years and we know what you want, we send submittal. And actually, if you look at all the amendments that we send, I know that our lawyer and the city attorney as well, they change a couple of letters during the progress of this contract. You will see that in the pre-con meeting, and that was 34 days after the signing of the contract, we advised that our lead times lately in this industry for us personally and with the manufacturers and vendors that we work is 24 days. We raised that concern in the pre-con before even starting breaking ground. And one of the change orders that we have, obviously, is that delay on the pre-con. Once again, we didn't want to disturb or start any kind of project without actually getting some direction from the city of staff, because it was the very first time that we worked with you guys, with the city. So we wanted to know what you expect from us and go from there.
I don't interrupt you. So you're saying at the pre-con, you let the city know that, hey, there's longer lead times for signal poles currently? And that
It's
was
part of the agenda.
What's that?
It's part of the agenda. It's documented, well documented by.
And that was 34 days after you won the bid
After we signed the contract.
or signed the contract.
Yes, sir.
So did the market change in the time from when you submitted the bid till you won the bid and then had the pre-con?
No, sir.
Okay, so if the market didn't change, then why didn't you put in the longer lead times in the bid when you did it to begin with? Why do a short window bid knowing that the lead times are longer than that, win the bid, and then go to the pre-con and then go, oh, by the way, lead time's longer than what we put in the contract?
Yes, sir.
Because you know it kind of feels like, right? It's like a bait and switch to where, hey, we can do it faster, we can do all this, and then as soon as you win the deal, you already know, you're saying you knew the lead times were longer, so then you come back and say, hey, by the way, longer lead times, when I think to his point, I think that's on you, because you just told us you knew they were longer before you bid on it, and you bid a short date. And then you raised it to us at the construction meeting, and then I think we're saying, like, why is that our problem? That sounds like, we used to have a guy up here who used to always say, why is that a me problem? That sounds like a you problem, but that sounds like a Belcor problem. And you guys shouldn't be using 75 days, you should be using 160, whatever it was.
Yeah, again, I don't know if the question has been answered. I don't think the question has been answered to my ability to understand.
Okay.
I still go, the contract said 75 days. You didn't meet that. Any delay, cost incurment, whatever, is not on the city. If it's 34 days in, you decided, oh, our delays are different, then we should come back and make an amendment or a change order at that time about incorporate those today that are going forward. And as the mayor has said, is that if the market hadn't changed, you already knew that it wasn't 75 days. It should have been more than 75 days to begin with. I still don't understand, or I don't understand if there's a legal or a company's position that the city of Hutto should pay for the delays that the contractor did not take into account.
So if you let me read a couple of lines of that special provision, it pretty much says that the contract allows a 75-day duration for material acquisition and states that if suppliers have a longer lead time, the contractor shall inform the owner promptly. Furthermore, under the standard general conditions of the construction contract, and it says Article 4.05C, the contractor is entitled to an equitable adjustment in contract times when progress is delayed by unanticipated causes beyond the control of the contractor. The extended lead times from the manufacturer were entirely out of the control of heavily impact of the critical path of this project. So the special provision actually talks about if it's something that's because of the manufacturer of the market, we are entitled to get that extra time. In this case, we're not incurring in extra cost for the city. We're just asking for
I'd have to
additional
have a
days.
legal interpretation. I'm not asking that for now, of whether that, what is stated there is valid. But to me, just because something is brought up to the city that modifies or should be modified in a contract, if the contract is not modified, then the original contract stands.
Well, plus, and he said the word, it's unanticipated. But it wasn't unanticipated, it was 100% anticipated, because you knew when you bid the project out that you're bidding at 75 days, and it's really 168. So I would say I agree with the special provision. When it's an unanticipated delay, then yeah, you should get the time. But since you bid the project knowing it's, the lead time is double what you put in the contract, well, then that's not unanticipated. You knew the day you put the bid in, 160-something days. So that's where I'm like, yeah, so far I agree with everything you're saying, other than you're saying now it was unanticipated but you've also said you knew it was going to be that long of a lead time.
Hey, James, I have a question. Can you just assume I don't know anything about construction? What's the 32,000 for? And maybe I missed it because my brain's going everywhere right now, but.
So the 32, well, Kate can answer specifically, but what the $32,000 is actually for is not for the delayed in time. It is for other items that were legitimate change orders to the project. And the net expense of that was 32,000. The days that we're talking about, we're not paying for days, but they're paying for days in liquidated damages. So that's basically the 32,000 goes to them for the items that are actually in that change order list. And then we withhold the liquidated damages from the contract, and then we make final payment.
So what's contested is the 223 days. I'm sorry.
Well, so is this 32,000, is this something we should have already seen with these change orders? I'm confused why we're just now seeing it.
We were holding the change orders until we were getting all of this resolved and negotiated. Because y'all might recall back in November timeframe, we were talking about potentially outstanding change orders that we were negotiating, and then we were trying to figure out how to get the project to a point of being closed out. So then there were additions and subtractions even then. So there's a number of change orders. Change order 2 is the one where they were asking for the additional days. And
So
that's the one we're saying we should not be approving.
What are the, and Kate, you can answer if you need to, because I'm not going and digging, what are the change orders related to? In a overall?
Yeah, because it's not, because
Yeah,
then they
so
wire something up wrong and have to redo
I
it.
don't
So
remember
we're not
the-
paying for that.
All
are
right,
we?
so
I
change
mean, I
order.
remember you mentioned that, but I'm trying to remember exactly.
Yeah,
what they were.
no worries. So change order 1, and this is basically, I'm just reading it directly from the backup material. So change order 1 was the start date moving to after the pre-con. So we changed when we were going to start counting time. That was a 34-day award. It was a 0 contract price change.
Okay. Zero
Change
cost.
order 2, we've talked about. Change order 3 got removed. Change order 4 was a change to the southwest pole. So there was, that's the one that they hit the pipeline on, or they identified that there was a gas pipeline that wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah.
So that was both a time delay, but it was only 7 days, and a cost of $4,800. Then change order 5 got removed because we didn't agree with those stuff, or we didn't do it. Change order 6 was the ILSN replacement. That was a 1 day for the illuminated sign. And we did give them credit for that. We actually goofed up and gave them the wrong name of the road, or they had the wrong spec, whatever you want to call it. So then they had to redo the sign, and that was a day delay and $5,700 to get the right illuminated sign in place. Change order 7 was 77 days for electrical service. This is things that deviated from the plans, and predominantly it was the plans were designed with overhead power coming in, and it should have been underground per our city specifications. So that change from overhead to underground was a 77-day delay and $22,000. When you add all those numbers up, that's how you get to 32,000.
And our plan said underground?
No, our plans that we originally provided them were done with overhead. And whenever they started to build, once they were already under contract, that's when it was recognized that, hey, the plans shouldn't have been done with overhead. They should have been done with underground. So
So even though we had 17 change orders for one signal, it sounds like errors on our side, errors on theirs, what it really comes down.
no, yeah, there's definitely been some errors on our side, and we've highlighted those in the
It
past.
just comes down to how much credit we're getting for liquidated damages for.
That's correct. We're giving them the $32,000 that they've asked for in the change orders. We feel that that's appropriate. All that's at some degree, in my mind, of disagreement is how many days of liquidated damages we're going to apply.
Can I, point of information, I guess, two things.
Clarification,
Yes. So change order 7, while originally 77 days were requested, the city has only endorsed 54 of the days requested. In the review of the change orders that, staff was considering, there were some duplicated days that were double counted, and so that was reduced. Councilmember Porterfield, to the question you asked earlier, why are we just still seeing this now? There are some pay apps that are outstanding, and so in consideration of how the change orders were going to resolve, what liquidated damages were going to look like, in anticipation of not wanting to have to go chase those dollars.
Right, got it, understood, thank you.
So how many days are you good with being late and paying us for? We're asking for 53, and you're saying it should be how many days?
We're discussing here for 80 days. I believe we get to an amount dollar of $20,400 on LDs right now. And with those 80 days extra that I'm asking on change order 2, that will be erased.
How many?
With those 80 days that we're asking on change order 2, we will be actually on time. That means non-liquidated damages will be charged for this project.
Oh, you guys think you did it on time
Mm,
if you get the days that you want?
Yeah, if we give them the days, yeah.
So no liquidated damage.
When did this thing turn on and we call it good? What date was that we said the signal was working?
Flashing,
Like actual green, yellow, red?
well, I think the agreement was to flash. That was the main milestone.
When did that happen? I know it was big on social media.
I'm looking.
People like it was almost like a restaurant opened up.
the turn on was done in April 7th, sir.
April 7th, you won the bid in March, you had a construction meeting in May, and so it took 11 months to get the lights flashing yellow. Sound right?
Yes, sir. Pre-construction meeting was in May 29, 2025.
And staff is saying we should hit them for 53 days of liquidated damages.
80, 53 days. 53 days.
All right, motion
agree.
to approve the change order for $32,903.21 minus 53 days in liquidated damages.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Snyder, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield. Not trying to be tough, man, but 11 months for a signal? I mean, if you would have come up and said, hey, we were 10 days or 20 days, I'd feel like, okay, let's work on it. But if you're at 0 and we were supposed to be done like 120 days or whatever it was, and it took you 11 months, and I felt like, I think that we're being generous at 53 days, honestly. I mean, you guys may not make money on this one, but people are getting in car wrecks out there, bad ones, waiting for this to happen. And I mean, we're not charging you for that. And I kid you not, he was there talking to somebody, and I thought he was going to whip out and start wiring it up because we were like, we'll do
Well,
anything.
there was a schematic error, but that had to do with,
Let's call the vote.
With all due respect, I believe you're looking at the big picture, and I understand your point. Obviously, at the end of the day, you're my customer, and this was our first time making business with you. I think we have a lot of addendums on our letters with the attorneys and with the staff. I truly believe that nobody in the city council looked at them, and at the end of the day, we were trying to be collaborate for, we were trying exactly to be that collaborative in order to get an operational excellence and efficiency. Don't get me wrong. First time we work with the city. We are the only union contractor in the state doing this niche of business. As you know, we're in a right of way. We're not in a union state, and obviously that comes with challenges. I'm pretty sure that we could do much better. But on the other side, I also, or we've been politely and we've been diligent on all the time being communicative with the city staff. With that being said, I don't think it's fair from our point of view to don't take that into consideration. And once again, everything comes from being collaborative and construct for the future. One more thing I want to say to you is that the staff doesn't have a tool for time suspension. Your city or your city staff can only work with change orders, and I guess that's because at the end of the day it has to come through your approval. It's well known that in other cities or even in TxDOT, which at the end of the day I think is the biggest reference for doing signals in the state, they do have that tool of time suspension. And again, it's just a suggestion from our end on maybe consider that tool from the future, because that's going to give some flexibility to Kate and the team in the future for any other projects. It's not only signals.
Thanks, sir, for that.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
I mean, not discussion.
You're a councilman. You can do whatever you
Well,
want
I'm
to do.
just saying, like, how many days was it from the time the ground break till completion, substantial completion?
Sound like 11 months.
I'm saying not from the contract, from when they actually broke ground.
That's what I mean.
11
They had
months.
they had a construction meeting in May of 25, and it turned on in April of 26.
That's awesome.
But those are right dates, right? You had your
Yes,
construction
and-
meeting in May?
And for reference, we received the polls on December 9, 2025.
Yeah, so see, from May, their construction meeting, until December, it took them that long to get polls.
7 months.
All right.
All right, please call the vote.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 10-8, consideration
Thank you.
possible act. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Consideration possible action on resolution number R-2026-151, authorizing the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the 2026 Facilities Utilization Agreement between the city of Hutto and the Hutto Youth Baseball Softball Association, HYBSA. I was just going to bring it up. I might have overlooked it. I couldn't find the agreement in the packet. I saw the agenda report, I saw the resolution, I saw the old agreement.
Oh, that's the older.
I didn't see the new one.
Seven 2026. The signature here. On page
Yeah, what page?
69.
369?
369.
Al Martin, the president. It's 7/23/2026 is a signature. So,
That's the,
That was the one,
Yeah.
that's the one from before, right?
we just signed it a month ago.
Right, that's the one we said no to because it was missing.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Am I right on that, or?
Yeah, there are some details that were missing, so.
it's on 368 of the packet, yeah.
I mean, it looked like it had been changed some, but is that what happened? He's already signed it and that?
Yeah, we made the changes that council requested, and this was dated 7/23/2026.
That is the new.
So this isn't,
New
oh,
one,
okay.
It's just the amendment to the
Amendment.
Okay.
existing. The way I read it.
It says all improvements will be completed by December 31st, 2026.
Yeah, you can see 8B associations permitted to drag, rake, and chalk. You know, that was something that y'all added at that meeting.
Oh, okay. All right.
Field maintenance will be
My
done by
bad. I was
city.
seeing 7/23 and I was like, man, this is
Change it to-
the
Yeah, it's
old
got
one.
changing tables as of July 25th.
Yes. Figured he would say it that way.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's it.
All right, my bad. Just
So-
like I told you, I got it in there.
So,
I'll make a motion to approve 10-8 as presented,
second,
Second.
Aaron?
seconded by King. Any other discussion on the agreement? Thanks for going back, Jeff, and fixing that up. All right, please call the vote.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have item 1010, consideration possible action on resolution number R-2026-163, authorizing the city manager to execute an artist ownership and limited use agreement with Charlene Martindale for the design and creation of the 150th city anniversary commemorative coins. And to speak on that item is Amberly Kolar. What's up, Amberly?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amberly Kolar, Chair of the 150th Planning Committee, here to answer any questions you may have regarding this agenda item.
All right. I pulled this because, honestly, I found myself in a weird position because how much did we approve to give to you guys?
20,000.
20,000
Hot funds.
match for you guys raising 20, right?
Mm-hmm, yes.
And so, and maybe I'm being weird. We've worked together, so you know that's not uncommon, but I feel like we had a committee put together to do the Hutto 150th celebration. And now we have part of the committee saying, I've created something, but I want to maintain artistic and all this control over it because while you guys are putting this on and you guys are spending money, I may have a way to make money off of this. And I find that to be very odd because the DEI came up with the slogan, and if they came up and said, I came up with the slogan, but now I want to capitalize on that, and the city can only use it for a certain period of time. After that, I get to make the money. I just think this is a weird deal and a very, very odd precedent setting to where now people who are volunteering for us are now doing things, and then will start coming to us going, I think
So-
I can make money on this.
I definitely understand, I guess, your concerns and I'll try to explain, I guess, to clarify. So the 150th committee is creating 150 individual coins. So we're not going to create like a surplus of coins. We're only creating 150. So you can have one, or someone in, South Texas can get one, whatever, right? So we're making like an extra special commemorative item for the event. We are using the hot funds to front the cost to get them created. We will be selling them for the cost plus some additional money that will then be put back into the fund. Okay, so that's just kind of clarifying that avenue of what's being done. Then there is, and the cost is to pay the artist and then for the materials as well, so for full production. And so then that money will be replenished plus some extra revenue, some extra money that we charge people who purchase them. On the other side, the artist agreement is for just the coin only. It's not for the logo that Charlene did create, because she did create that big, beautiful logo that everybody loved whenever we first came up. So it's not for that logo. She's not seeking any kind of rights for that. It's just for like the coin mold. And to like replicate that. So she wants to be able to, there's the 150 like individual coins will be like a bronze, nice, like finish, right? But she wants to be able to create, after the 150th event on November 14th, she wants to be able to create like magnets and change the logo slightly. As an artist, you can do that, or anybody can actually do that, take her logo and change it and say that that is their own. Unfortunately, that's how things work these days. But she's gonna change, she would change it and it wouldn't be the bronze coin, and she would change it and make like magnets or like an ornament, something very simple to then sell for the holidays potentially, and she would actually donate profits back to Hutto Arts Today. And so that's her plan as the small business owner. She's not, in my opinion, she's not here to make millions off of the logo, but that's my opinion. I understand your concerns, absolutely. But, we do have different avenues, and as far as the agreement, this is just her approaching council and the city in good faith, so that she, seeking approval to do that. So
if we say no, she can still do all that.
potentially, yes.
It just means that,
But she's being she loves her community, and she is being a good steward, and she's seeking that approval from the council.
I mean, can I come up
and the
with
city.
something to sell and talk you guys into it, and then I'll make the city reimburse me for the first 200 of them, but then after that, I make a little tweak, and if I sell 5,000 of them, I'll donate a portion of profits? I mean, no one would like me.
Potentially, yeah, you absolutely could do
Right,
that.
but see the problem, then I do that, then Jim, he comes up with some crazy idea that he's gonna make something, and then Gerald starts doing it, and then before you know it, the city paid the $20,000, which I thought we were doing that, and you guys were gonna sell stuff in an effort to make it bigger. And so now the stuff to make it bigger isn't to make it bigger, it's to make other people bigger. And I don't mind money being donated to arts people, but I'm like, we're the one that paid $20,000. And I thought we were gonna be selling like koozies and buttons and all these contests, all to raise money to make it bigger and better. And now it's like, this is the first one where I feel like if we vote for this, then the next one's gonna be, oh yeah, we're not actually doing that. Because it kind of happened with the Arts Today, to be honest with you. I mean, some of us felt like, at least I did, I felt like we paid for a painting only to have it commissioned, and then to come up and go, if you want to keep it, you got to pay for it again. And I was like, dang, I thought people used to volunteer.
Yeah.
But I don't know. and I don't know that this is-
I do disagree that it is to potentially, give an advantage to to a business. I just disagree with that. Like I said, she volunteers. She continues to volunteer. She's a very active member on the 150th. She just wants to be, a good steward and bring this agreement to the city and, of course, to the city council. And so, of course, I'd ask for your favorable, acceptance of this agreement. But I do understand the concerns. But either way, we will be, we're moving forward with the 150 coins for the celebration.
A couple of questions, and I appreciate Charlene's effort. She's an amazing artist, and she continues to volunteer, and I'm sure she will in the future.
Absolutely.
What was the intention of having only 150 limited edition coins?
Exactly that. It's a commemorative coin, only 150, and we think we think it's reasonable. It's something special as well.
Well, this agreement says that these independently produced artist editions and commemorative products may be sold during the 150th celebration
Outside, so she will not be creating.
at markets, festivals, online retail locations, holiday events, and other sales venue. So I thought the point for having a limited edition, it's something special. But if I can go get the knockoff over here at or even greater price, kind of dilutes this limited edition aspect.
Well, it will be changed, so it won't be that bronze. I sent an email real quick prior to me coming up.
No image on it.
There's no image. I attached some stuff. Oh. Well, it's
didn't see
like
it.
a bronze.
Just came through.
It's a bronze.
Maybe it didn't get through the.
That's a
Right.
change, because she before said she was gonna 3D print them.
Oh, yeah, it's just the attachment.
And so now, that's what they told us
There's
before.
no attachment.
Because I brought
I'm not
up-
advised as to how they are being created.
Okay, well,
Just-
you're saying
yeah.
bronze, because before I said, hey, why don't we, make like a challenge coin? And she said, no, I'm gonna 3D print them, I got a machine. And I was like, well, that's one of the most expensive ways to probably make them. But then it was like, oh, it's 150, and I'm like,
My
okay, well-
understanding is that there's a mold of some sort. Again, I'm not an artist.
She's using a mold and rosins, and
Yeah.
the original rosins weren't durable per her definition, so she thought about getting something a little more durable.
yeah.
She wanted to do some pilot runs with
Yeah.
a new material.
It could be a mold for every one, too. I mean,
Right,
if
it's just a single
one
mold.
of
I think the mold is
150, two
3D
of
printed,
150.
but not each individual item.
Yeah.
Would be.
If it's numbered.
And so Who paid for the molds to be created?
City.
You said part of that money was to pay for to get the.
Yeah, so the initial, I guess the startup fee to say, hey, we do want to move forward with this project, I believe it was $250 to get started with the project, has been paid from the hot funds.
And my other question was going to be, I don't have a big issue with her being able, it doesn't say here that there would be a portion of it donated to other charitable organizations. It doesn't state that here. I mean, that makes it more appealing to me if that were in the agreement or whatever the ownership assignment is that certain amount of it does get donated back to whatever group the 150th committee decides.
Yeah, I mean, if you would like to add that into the agreement, if that makes it more,
Well, that's what you had stated.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So, yeah, she is
It's
willing.
it's not here, it's not in writing.
Yeah, if you would like to add that to the agreement, I think that Charlene would
Yeah,
be
I think she
favorable
would
to
too.
that.
I think she would
And
too.
she would, as long as council is favorable to that as well, and the overall agreement.
Like I said, I don't understand, what's the point of having the agreement? Like, she can do it anyway. Like, the way this is set up, you're saying that artwork's gonna change something. That's not what this says.
I said that what?
You said that when she goes to make it, it's gonna change somewhat.
It can change, it may or may not.
But that's not what the agreement is like. The artist retains all copyrights, reproductive rights, commercial rights, and ownership associated with the design, otherwise transferred in writing, and the design is a commemorative coin, artwork, layout, sculpted design, digital files, molds, and all related creative elements.
Well, it says based upon the original artwork and design through the Carriage House Crafts, such items may differ. So they don't have to differ, they may differ.
Right, but what I'm getting at is, in number one, ownership, it defines what the design is. The coin as we see it, which has the logo, and then it goes down into 1A, Charlene, if we approve this, Charlene keeps that, and then in 2, we're only allowed to use it for the event, and then that's it. We can't use the logo ever again.
You can use the logo. This is not about the logo. This is about the coin and the coin mold.
Right, but that's not what the agreement says. The
Yeah,
artist
it
grant-
actually does. It does say that right there. It says commemorate in the beginning, ownership and artwork and design. The commemorative coin artwork, layout, sculpted design, digital files, molds, and related creative elements, etc. Right. So this is only
artist-
relevant to. So just think about this.
Wait,
So
hold
think
on.
about this as the.
Wait, hold on, Amber. It says the artist grants the city of Hutto and the celebration committee a non-exclusive license to use the design solely for purposes directly related to the official 150th celebration, including the event promotion, display, marketing materials, sale of distribution.
Which has been done.
And then that's it. After that, we're done with the logo. We paid for stuff that we're advertising all this, and that's what I mean. Think of all the banners and posters, everything we're putting a logo on, and then once the event's over, we're done. We can't use it anymore. But she gets to then use the logo to go profit off of it in the future, and we're done. According to this agreement, it's only for the event use. So we can't use it next year to go, hey, we're whipping it back up. I mean, I guess I'm done. I'm just stuck on, I don't know why she needs this. She can make the coins anyway. To me, it ought to be open for everybody to use the logo. And if she wants to make a coin that's made out of bronze, more power to her. And if someone else wants to make one made out of wood, then I don't know what stops them. And people knock off the Hutto logo all the time for the School of the Rocking H. And here we're trying to get it to where we paid for information and ability that now we're only going to get to use a limited time, and she gets to use it the rest of the time, and we're not stopping her from using it. But now I'm worried about everything else everybody does that's on a board or commission, because they're all going to want. And we're supposed to be putting, when practical, designed by Charlene Martindale, Carriage House Crafts, every time we use a logo, which that we got to put down every poster, every postcard, every ad. We have to do all that because it says when practical and reasonable, and I don't know how unreasonable it is to tell Abby and her people, you got to put this on every single thing you do now. Which, when we pay for other stuff, I mean, these signs, they don't say, I don't even know who made those, but they don't have their name on there.
Would it be favorable to yourself and the council if we were to fundraise the full cost of this to pay for it solely and I guess do whatever we may, with the fundraising portion, and then bring this agreement back to you for approval?
You're
No.
saying that, so that the city has no cost in this? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
so that there wouldn't be any costs.
No 20,000, no nothing.
No, not 20,000. No, just for the coin.
Right,
The
no, because
coin.
the $250, no, because, not for me, because you're still wanting us to put banners up, run stuff in a community impact, and do all this stuff and spend all this money for that logo, and then we don't make any money on the logo, somebody else makes. And I appreciate her making a logo, but the coin is the logo. And so then you can't use any of that. And the way this agreement's written, you can't use any of that. And if all she wants to do is make coins, make coins. I don't know that, I'd rather have an agreement that says anybody in the world can make these coins or use this logo however they want. Go do it, Hutto. And then people are selling koozies with the logo on there, and you know what? Then that's stuff we don't have to buy, and that's stuff you guys aren't trying to buy. That's what I'd rather it be is government pay, because I hate that the ISD charges a royalty to use the Rockin' H. The taxpayers paid for the H, and then you want to use the H, you got to pay again. And to me, it ought to be free and what do they call it, open source. But I'm just a mean anarchist at heart, I guess. I don't know, am I being too tough here?
I agree with you, but like, you can't use a Longhorn or an A&M logo either, public institution. It's the
You
same
can't even
way.
do,
I don't like
you
it.
can't even do burnt orange, because UT will come after you if
Who
you
wants to
make.
do that anyway?
Nobody.
But
lightly toasted.
I agree with you. I mean,
Not burnt orange, just lightly toasted.
Well, I'll make a motion to deny this, but then to make it expressively clear that Charlene can do whatever she wants to do with the logo, and that we don't want to stop her from doing anything. And she said you guys would make the 150 coins. Whatever she wants to do after that, T-shirts, pillows, whatever. I think it's.
Yeah, I don't think she has time for that.
I think it'd be awesome for her to do all that, or whoever. But
I think that just, for the holidays, for those people that don't have the special 1 through 150, if they want an ornament, just think of literally the logo, like the coin with a ribbon on it for your tree, right? Something simple. Or the coin with a magnet on the back, put it on your fridge. She's not trying to, be over the top.
This way,
So.
by not approving this, the city retains the rights to use this at any time, as well as anyone else.
yes,
The logo.
yeah. So anyway, so I'll make that motion,
To deny,
but
motion to deny.
make it clear
But thank
that
you
she
for the
can use it.
clarification on future possibilities.
And I'll second.
Entrepreneurship.
All right, motion by Mayor Snyder, second by Councilmember Morris. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
King,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield,
aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye,
Councilmember Morris.
Aye.
motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Amber.
All right, next we have,
Amber, that image did not go through.
Well, you gotta pay for it.
I got to pay for it.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
if you might consider jumping ahead and pulling up the item related to County Road 137 so we can get our consultant that's here
oh, yes.
hanging out.
Oh, yeah, I apologize. I thought you were just here to
I'll make it quick.
enjoy. All right, so there's no
We do measure
objections.
by the hour, so.
We'll move item 12-3 up, is that right?
Yes.
He said it was
All right, no objections, then we'll go to item 12-3, discussion and possible action regarding public concerns about CR 137 and 1660 South construction project and upcoming start of school, including Brooklands Road project.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I brought this up because a lot of the constituents, and I get out a lot, and I talk to people and phone calls and things, some text messaging, little social media stuff, but I really don't pay attention to that. Just a lot of concerns about the 137 and 6060 South project, especially with school opening up and the coordination. I think you covered a lot of that already. So I just wanted to let the citizens know that we're listening to the concerns, and they're justifiable concerns. If there's any, I know that part of the issue was the ISD detention pond issue, which stopped work for approximately a month. Is that
That's a fair estimate.
so approximately that. So that's why people are saying, why aren't there workers out there? So there were some issues with the detention pond that had to be worked out between the ISD and the city of Hutto. Those issues have been worked out. The details are above my head, but as you, as a director, executive director Moriarty said that we were going to delay the opening, the construction start until a week after school starts. So hopefully that'll alleviate some of the concerns and issues. So that's really I want to bring up. That's kind of sums up things for a contractor.
I do understand that maybe there was some concerns about the traffic flow and the cycling of the light. We are having our transportation engineer go out and review the light cycling to ensure that traffic is getting through appropriately. And then the contractor will have Austin Traffic Signal engaged to also provide any input that our transportation engineer might need to coordinate with to ensure that that is functioning as it should.
Okay, that was the other item. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot about that. So it's nice I got on top of it. So citizens were listening to you, and hopefully this is going to get resolved sooner than later. So thank you.
There's another item related that.
Oh, yes.
It's the, no, well, you may not realize it, but the sidewalk coming from 1660 South. Selena and Kate have been able to come up with a solution with the adjoining property owner and the help of Marissa to put in a temporary pathway to allow that sidewalk to continue to function, because we basically have tore it out for the expansion of the road. So they are coordinating to have that in place before school starts.
Is that on the east side or west side of
On the
137?
west side.
Okay, that makes sense.
Of
Yes.
137.
There's more open area there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where it originally was.
Right.
And we were going to put some temporary, solution down, and then it was just going to get torn up again. So we contacted the property owner, and we've actually moved the sidewalk in to avoid any conflict with the construction. And so as construction progresses, actually up 137, we can adjust the crosswalk for the students as needed to align with the sidewalk that's on the other side of 137.
Thank you. Thank you for being so accommodating. Thank you.
That's
Appreciate
why
it.
it'd be helpful to never get behind on road projects again, because it's a nightmare when the bus is taking stops on the road and you're trying to rebuild a road in the middle of the bus stops.
Move forward, lay asphalt, move backwards.
And then, and correct me if I'm wrong, James, I think we got a vote or something coming up at some point when it involved the ISD, to where when we were trying to use their pond as a drainage and improve it, by them saying no, they now have costs they're going to have to incur to make sure the drainage pond operates the way it should be operating.
I don't know that there's a vote coming up. Effectively, we will put the, if the TCE is approved by the district, which it should be, we will put the ponds back to the state that they were in.
Which will be non-compliant.
Our belief is that they were not
Not compliant.
properly situated in the state that they were in, so, but we're putting them back that way. So it's very likely that the school district will need to do improvements to their detention ponds in the near future.
It would have benefited all taxpayers if they just would have let us use the pond, let us fix the issues and improve them, bless you, instead of this, but they got more money than we got. I told you, ER's gone. All right,
Thank you.
that's all we need on that one?
Is there anything that y'all would like to hear from Selena since she's hung out for 3.5 hours?
Yeah, speak.
Be careful.
So I think I'm Selena Brandon. I'm with WSB, but I'm your owner's rep on this project. I think Kate kind of already covered it during the CIP discussion, but we should be getting the plans for that redesign by tomorrow, at least for the start or the trunk of CR 137, which is where they're going to start. And then hopefully by the end of next week, we'll have the rest of the plans. Essentially, if my understanding is that the infrastructure did not change, we were able to accommodate what we had. We just had to change flow lines. to account for pressurization upstream in that system. So once.
You work for the construction company?
No.
No.
I'm your
She's
owner's
our
rep.
owner's rep.
Okay. Is there a way we can communicate with them, like what it would take to move the project up to where like, because it's an EDC project and not everybody likes EDC handling projects, but if I understand right, legally, the city can't incentivize someone to do faster work, but the EDC can incentivize. And I think this is such a nightmare down there that it'd be interesting to know what a month push-up would cost in a schedule, because I know they're coming back with a change order for time. I can almost guarantee it.
Sure, but they are also have been very responsive and are working incredibly hard to get this going. And I think their intention is to do everything they can to try to maintain the existing schedule without.
So catch up on the 30 days.
But they are on the call right now. So Cade is their project manager and he's on the call and he can answer any questions.
I actually forgot about Cade being up there. Sorry, Cade.
Kate, if you want to talk
Hey,
to.
good afternoon, guys. How are y'all?
Yeah, if you want to communicate with Kate and Selena,
Yes.
that if there's a way to move the project up, what that would look like. You know, if you have to work extra, we can talk to some of the people in the Brooklands and go, would you rather have a project that takes 12 months? Or would you rather like maybe a week of really tough nights and then bang out? I know when they were doing the rock, you guys were doing that rock, that got some people stirred up, but.
Mike, you know what you're asking for, right? You're asking what I call a schedule compression change order.
And
Be careful.
there you go. What that looks like cost-wise, and then depending on what that is, it may be worth looking
I
at
don't
it.
like change orders, but.
I don't, but if you moved it.
Yeah,
up,
no, we're absolutely happy to accommodate. Right now, we're looking into expedited lead times on the storm boxes for all the structures when we do get the redesign. And of course, we're going to look into additional resources on the project to try to maintain that initial contract schedule
That's good.
as well.
So Cade, what he's asking is not only could you look at maintaining the schedule, but could you come back and say, if you wanted to get it done earlier, here's what it would take?
Oh, absolutely. Once I get this revised set of plans in hand, I'll talk it over with the team and we'll see what we can do.
Interesting, and I do hate change orders, but
I'm just
but if
about
the
to
change
say
order
you're-
makes it faster. Normally the change orders are, I need, like you heard the guy, I need 6 months additional time because I needed a signal pole.
So, wait, so you do like, you might like some change orders if it makes things go faster.
Oh, yeah. Can you imagine if the Brooklands people could get out of there faster and the school was done? I don't think anybody's going to complain other than what that change order price is.
But yeah, no, we understand the urgency of this project, and we'll do everything we can to accommodate additional resources and talk that through with Kate and Selena and Todd and everybody.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, and just for additional information, we have, I think, bi-weekly calls with the school district, and so that'll continue all the way through while school's in session, so that way, as things change during construction, the school district is fully aware. And then we came up with that agreement today about getting onto that adjacent property to put in that sidewalk so that it'll be there for the duration of the project. And that way, as construction progresses south to north, west, east, center, we can change where the crossing is depending on where we go. But it'll be there through the length of construction, however short we make it.
Well, you guys doing grounded communication because we're ready to meet with the ISD whenever they have an issue pop up. And I see so many emails coming through now where it's like going back and forth, working. Abby's on there to where there's no way anybody at the ISD can say they're not getting communication. If anything, you guys are doing exactly what we asked, over communicate every single thing. And it's been great. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, online.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
All right. Then that brings us to item 11.1, consideration and possible action on ordinance number O-2026-026, ordering a special election for November 3rd, 2026 to amend the home rule charter of the city of Hutto, Texas, designate the propositions and manner of holding such election, and provide for the posting and publication of notice.
Mayor, Council, Laura Hallmark, City Secretary for the record. If you'll recall from the Charter Review Commission's presentation of their recommendations at the July 2nd meeting, there were 4 propositions for the voters. The other selections were for an administrative or clerical change, which we brought forward to you at a future date. And so this is the proposition verbiage that's provided by legal counsel for your review. There are 4 propositions. The first one is regarding the filling of vacancies. And I'm not going to read them out loud for you.
Oh. I was like, oh, we paused.
You don't,
Okay.
you, I mean, you don't have to for me if you don't want to.
No, I don't need you to read. I can read.
When's the last date we can approve this?
We have a buffer for next Thursday's meeting. If there are any changes or additions that you want to make, we can do it at next Thursday's meeting.
I don't know. I mean, I saw Councilman King put some stuff on the message board about one. I put some comments. I didn't see anybody else's, but I'd like to run a couple ideas by the council and see what they think.
I put something out there regarding the holdover language, which,
message board?
Yeah, Laura sent that out to.
No, I'm saying is it on the message board?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I see is Mike.
I think he did it as on a meeting day.
Oh.
And I did it on someone, I don't know who was deleted, but some staff member was deleted, and I answered them.
Right, but if you would have clicked on the link that Laura provided, it should have taken you right to it. So, nobody commented on it, so I don't know what the deal was there.
Don't feel bad, nobody commented on mine.
Hey.
It was just me.
Commenting to
Well,
yourself.
tell them what yours was.
Well, basically, the holdover language, if I can remember off the top of my head, was if somebody, for example, moves out of the city, and there's this holdover language there that says, until somebody is appointed, they can essentially still serve on city council, yet not, live in the city, and that's okay. To me, no, that's not okay. If you've, during your time as a city council member, choose to move to another city, then you've essentially said, I'm done serving on city council for the city that I was elected to serve on. That's just one example. I know that there are some legalese language that would probably take precedence from the state, but that in a nutshell is essentially what I posted on the message board that I was hoping y'all would have read and commented on.
I didn't comment, but I agree that I don't like it. I got to read this again, but
Can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
apologies. I pulled a Morris there. I think that if someone had, if they had to move because they took a job out of state or out of city or whatever, I don't think it's appropriate for them to be serving on council because they weren't removed. I mean, they removed themselves by not fulfilling the qualifications to serve.
Is that some clarification you can get to us by the next meeting in terms of,
We
like, if you vacate, does that mean you still hold over, or are you gone?
Yeah, if you recall, we provided all these memos about
Yeah, there was a
people
bunch.
leaving the city. And we established a resolution to make a finding, and if they did forfeit their office by moving under that, then we'd consider it a forfeiture of office, but it takes council action. So
Which has been our
what we
problem in the
said
past.
When you look at the proposition, it says, due to a removal from office. So you can remove them if, say, there's a recall election. They're removed. They can't hold over. There's all that case law we provided on that. But if you remove them under your resolution about the residency, then they forfeit their office and the council can make a finding. Or if they miss 3 meetings in a row, you remove them from office they can't hold over.
Oh,
So
so
that's
you're saying
why-
we're probably okay the way we have it
Yeah, so
worded?
that's why we just put, and we'll explain in the literature that we send out to the voters exactly what that means. So we did that, and then we also looked at dual office holding. If you are on council, say you run for another office like school board and you get on the school board, then you're automatically removed from council and you don't hold over. And we'll explain that in the literature.
Does that sound?
What does it say about the verbiage? Let's say Jim was back working again, and he was gonna go to a tech startup, and they needed him there for 2 months. All right, so he's still in the council, but maybe he's in North Carolina for 2 months. Does he still get to Zoom in, Teams in, or is he forfeit the office?
My understanding is by law, you can Zoom in indefinitely after COVID. And 2, if you can't Zoom in and don't show up, you can miss 5 meetings in a rolling 12 months before you're removed from office. Because we literally went through a period here a couple of years ago where we had someone that was Zooming in almost every other meeting.
And zooming in cannot count toward quorum, correct?
Well, you have to have 4 present,
Physically here, 4 president,
and then, three of you can Zoom in.
yes.
But yeah, if you're moving to another state or something like that, you're forfeiting the office right there, right? I mean, that's,
If we vote, and
That's what
previously we have
Aaron
not voted that way. Previously, we have voted opposite of that.
Council's allowed it in the past.
As long as they maintain their residency, because in your example, they're temporarily living in another state, but as long as they maintain their residency and follow the Zoom allowances, then there wouldn't be a problem, which I think you said
If
was
they have a
5.
homestead in Houston, they do not live in Hutto.
Yeah, I think what you're saying would be acceptable. What he's saying is where previously we had a little bit of a debate on.
so how do you create something that you can vote on to create clarity of it?
That was, tell me if I'm wrong, Di, that was our problem. The
That
first,
was
so
in the
the,
memo, so
yeah,
when,
the first time it happened,
I'm gonna send out
Sign
those
your own
memos
memo.
again.
yeah.
But
Read the memo.
when you say you resign, and then council doesn't immediately have a meeting, accept that resignation and
Dottie, can you
declare
please
that-
speak closer to the microphone?
Oh, busted.
So say the council member resigns, and the council doesn't meet to accept that resignation and declare the office forfeited because they moved out of the city under your guidelines that you put in the resolution constituting a forfeiture by moving out of the city. Then you can declare the office vacant, no holdover, it's forfeited. If they resign and by operation of law, in the 8 days, and the city council doesn't meet and take that action, that's what happened in the last instance where we couldn't declare the office vacant and forfeited, and then there was the holdover by the Constitution. So you've got to act quickly.
It gets messy.
But you did put a lot of stuff in place, and I'll send out these memos again so the new council members can have them.
Thank you.
I agree with you, Aaron. Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
I had a couple ideas. One was, this will get James to perk up here. In item 4.01C, right now, I didn't write down what it said, but right now, contracts for the city manager are, I apologize, I should have had this.
If he doesn't get this pulled up before you leave, he resigns.
401C.
Whole lot of betting on jobs. There's a whole lot of betting on jobs lately.
Or was this a new one that you were going to propose?
Yeah, I put it on, I put
Would
it
you
on
like me
the-
to go through the ones presented while you look for that?
Oh, no, I got it. It says the city manager shall not be appointed for a definitive term, but may be suspended or removed at discretion of council. And I wondered, and I know this is how most of them are, but there's been some law changes on other things, but does it hurt to say the city manager shall be appointed for a term no greater than, and then put a time? Because right now it's indefinite until he dies, resigns, or gets fired. But I know the school district has certain, I don't know what their time frame is, but I had that as a conversation.
I don't understand how, this is the special election ordinance, right?
No, that's just how it's worded.
But we're talking about content of the charter now?
Well, because it's about what propositions do you want?
Okay. Designate the proposition, I see.
All right, so that was one. Another one was,
So you got the form pulled up? Because you got them listed right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get mine up.
should I say?
No, I'm saying it's on your post on the
Oh,
form.
yeah, it's on the post. And then 8.2, right now we say the budget needs to be presented to us by August 15th. And I put, literally, that gives us 6 weeks to go through it. And bless you, and we've already kind of pushed to have the preliminary budget earlier. And so I was like, why not just say the budget's got to be to us by July 15th? Because staff gets 6 months to prepare the budget, we get 6 weeks to look over it. And I think we've been trending that way, but that was a discussion point. And the last one, this one I'm actually pretty, the other ones, if you guys don't want to do them, that's fine. This one I think we really should do. 805C, if we don't pass the budget by the end of September 30th, the budget that the city manager submitted is what's approved automatically. And I feel like it ought to be, if we don't come to an agreement on the budget, it ought to be the last year's budget is what's approved. Now, there's consequences of that because it may have a big expenditure or anything, but we've been up here, and literally, I want to say we came down to the deadline a couple years ago where there was a budget and we were not in agreement. And James doesn't do this, but we've had city managers in the past. He could work it to where we don't have agreement, knowing that if we don't come to a resolution, it's like Dottie's been here where it's like, you guys have to do something today. And if we don't, the budget he presented, well, we didn't like what was presented, but we couldn't agree on what to change. And so then, why does that budget make it? Shouldn't it be the last budget that historically will probably have less tax revenue, less everything in it, to where you can approve that and you can always make amendments in the future. But once you approve his budget, whatever it may have in there, now, whatever you're fighting about, you didn't have the majority to get it passed or amended. So once it's passed, you're not going to have, you're basically stuck with the budget nobody wants. And so to me, we ought to go back with the previous year's budget. And that way, he's incentivized to get us to consensus quicker because he doesn't want the last budget because that doesn't include raises for anybody, and they're all going to be mad. But that was the only one to where, our charter is pretty damn good to where at this point, we're just making changes probably to make changes. And this isn't stuff for James. To me, this is, at some point, we got to make changes for 20 years from now when James isn't here, or 10 years. But again, our charter is, in my mind, is pretty good. But that was the three I came up with. Wait,
one on debt.
there was one other one. Yeah, there's two. Sorry, my notes is bad. And there was one on that was my second post. Right now, I thought about adding, and the state may do this anyway, we can't issue a CO or a GO without a supermajority of the council voting. So 5 of us would have to vote to do it. Or 66% of the voters approve it. That way you could say, well, we could always go to the voters. If we can't come to 5 of us to say we have to vote for this debt, then we kick it off to the voters. And if 66% of them vote, then we
2/3.
We approve it.
2/3, yeah.
And the only one I had, I said 3 and I had 5, was before we got paid by ordinance. And it was, we shall be paid. And so we set our own pay. And then one day we said, we need to ask the people, how much we should get paid? And we came up with $1,000 and $800. But we never asked the public, should we get paid? We just said, do you want us paid by ordinance, set it ourselves, or do you want to set it? And so I thought every time we do a budget deal, we ought to ask the people to basically reaffirm. I don't know how you do a this or that, but do you think we ought to get paid? And if so, are you okay with $1,000 and 800? And if not, vote no, and we won't get paid at all. And we change the charter. And then to me, every time we have a charter, we should bring that up. And if the people vote for it, at least we can say, you guys are voting to give us the money. But we've never asked them, should we even get paid?
Yeah, I don't know how you ask that question to get a definitive answer. I just know that if you if you go to the what am I looking for? If you go to social media where everything happens apparently, where the real surveys happen, I think there's people out there that think that we make this is like our full-time job. They don't know what we.
Oh yeah, they think I make six figures. And
Right. Well, because they look at the city of Austin, and they probably make assumptions or whatever. But I think it's a good question to ask of should we get paid, and then I don't know how you put that in a charter amendment, but
Well, I mean, like, should we get paid? If the answer is no, should we get paid 1,800? And if they vote no, then we stop getting paid.
We just
Goes to
say,
zero.
what should we be paid? 0 or X or Y?
Well, do you want to just repeal that provision and then just leave it up to the budget every year?
No, I think what I'm looking for is basically, you ask the voters, proposition whatever, should the city council be paid mayor 1,000, city council 800? And if they say no, whatever it's worded to where if they say no, we go to 0. And if they say yes, we keep what we have, is what I was thinking.
I think it already says that on the pay.
Right, it does.
Let me just throw something out here.
Yeah.
When you're looking at your charter provisions, most of them are already preempted.
Pretty
Like
what?
preempted.
Oh, preempted.
By, like, the holdover. That's Texas Constitution, and there's all these cases. And then the only one that is not is
And preempted means we can't change it because.
well, it's you're
state
just
law
really
that-
saying for Proposition A for holdover, you're really just explaining how the law operates anyway. Proposition B, we're just clarifying that 4 members of the council can convene a meeting, which is what we've been doing, and then we've been coupling it with 5 have to be on the dais in order for you to take action. So that doesn't really need to be changed. C is the bonds. Your state law on refunding bonds is going to preempt that anyway. It's just kind of clarifying that exchanging bonds is the same as refunding. And then Planning and Zoning Commission, they can't do annexation plans anymore because it was taken out of the state law. So if you're going to be looking at some 4 or 5 more propositions that we have to draft up tomorrow in order to put it in the packet, maybe you just postpone this until the May election, and that way you can take up any state law changes that the legislature might be considering that might impact your charter election.
That'd be a good idea.
That doesn't bother me. It's always good to be running for council and people saying whether or not they like a proposition. I don't really like November votes anyway, only because too many people come up and they're there to vote Republican or Democrat, and then when it gets to the stuff that's important, they don't know what to do because it's
They
not a left
just-
or right.
Yeah.
Anybody have objection to that?
yeah,
Can move it on.
I like it.
All right, well, we'll bring this back up then, because we'll wait till last minute again. I'll get this back up on the agenda in a couple months when we have a slow period so that we can go through these and see. And you guys read through and seriously read through and see if there's anything you want, because this is like our Constitution and this is the ability to go. And again, I don't propose, I think James knows by now, if I want to get James on something, I'll just make a motion and put an item. I look at this stuff more for long-term and also to make Hutto be that seed where someone else can go, well, Hutto did this, and what was the result? Actually, it wasn't that bad. It actually had a benefit.
A model.
And like with the debt and stuff, I mean, people are complaining because we do, I forget, is it COs we can do ourselves or GOs?
COs.
COs.
And then the 10% makes an election.
Yeah, and so I hear that out there. The state's already coming down, so I'm kind of like, you know what if we just say supermajority and the voters, and then we're one of the first cities to do that. And then when the people are complaining, say, like, the majority of council is voting for this stuff. And it also gives the power for 3 people, which is not a quorum, to really make sure decisions are made their way, because I would not have issued $10 million for Fritz Park if I had a way to stop it, because there's so many more important things. But that's $10 million that I thought could have gone to a pool, a senior center, parks, or like ball fields. So all those little things, I'm like, we could really makes you negotiate more with people and listen to other people on council if you have some of these. So go through, figure out what you don't understand, and maybe see if there's a way to reword it in a manner to where if you don't understand it, then how does the average voter understand it?
Right.
And can we clarify, like Aaron's saying, can we clarify it to make it to where it's crystal clear? Because everybody tries to twist things, like with the residency, to stay here even though when they don't live here.
Well, I would also encourage, go onto the message board, seriously, and read what Mike's posted, what I've posted, whoever's posted, and chime in, and maybe if you like what you're seeing and you agree with it, just maybe sounds good, agreed. At least that way we know that you looked at it, that you saw it. I was actually able to pull up and find what I did right, and I don't know if I need to regurgitate it or not.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion that we delay the election on this to the May election of
Well, here's
20
my recommendation. Just make a motion to take no action on this and then bring it back whatever day you want to bring back for additional charter propositions for the May election.
All right, well, I'll make a motion for no action and to bring back October 1st.
Second.
Oh,
You got close.
You gotta be quick
You
on that,
woke up,
Daryl.
but King got him.
I'm getting ready.
All right, any other discussion? And James, we'll bring that back October 1st if this passes. All right, please call the vote.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
And just to clarify, I'll bring back all those memos that relate to these charter propositions when we bring it back, rather than send it to you now. So you can ignore it.
We can lose them again.
All right, we got item 12.1, discussion, possible action regarding the use of city-owned facilities for early voting for the November 3rd, 2026 election. Councilmember Keaton.
Yeah, so originally I was going to discuss the use of the annex building, but we all received the letter from Commissioner Bowles, which my interpretation was pretty much you're going to use it. You're going to use City Hall as a polling place. I looked at the schedules for early voting and the day of voting, and really there's only one commission that would conflict with that, and that is P&Z. If there's no conflict with P&Z, I'm sure that they can hold their meeting upstairs in executive conference room. I've been to plenty of P&Z meetings, and there's more than enough room up there for them to hold their meetings for that day. Anyway, I just kind of felt like this letter that we received from the commissioner just said, this is what you're going to do, and suck it up, Buttercup.
I talked to the judge about it. He asked me about that, and I said, well, I said, I feel like the letter, there was a lot of effort put in about why we can use this area and not a whole lot of effort on why we can't use where we have been before. I agree, November's not going to be a problem. The way our schedules are on this one, but we still need a long-term solution. And one of the things I told the judges, they talk about a 500 parking garage and this and that. And I said, well, this one parking lot's going to be an apartment building in like a year. So you got to take that one out. The 500 space parking garage, there's an office building that goes to that, and they're getting ready to start moving in. And so at some point in time, I don't know how many people are going to work there and how many cars that is, but already now, sometimes I have to park on the second floor. The city count or the staff gets a fourth floor. And so he's like, I didn't know all that. And I'm like, yeah, but I said, the commissioner didn't ask anybody that I know of, hey, what's the plan for all this? And so this whole thing is going to be built out here in a couple of years, and I don't know if we have enough parking. But today, we're okay. I think we should do the same thing we did before. As a last case resort, we can use the chambers. I don't know how it got miscommunicated last time. There's like a lack of listening or something, because immediately the commissioner goes to the chamber and starts saying, we voted to say they couldn't, and that's not what we ever said. The only other thing I would ask is, and I talked to the judge about this, was in our agreement, it says the county will provide and handle the place of elections. I said, but they're not doing that. So we are. So we just need to cross out that paragraph. If we're going to take it on, then we just need to say, we'll take care of it from now.
Well, you
And then
bring
we
up
can
a
make
good
the phone
point
calls.
there too, because during this last election, when I think it was Bridget who reached out to us, I was going around to different places asking, hey, is it okay if we use this? Hutto Bible Church being one of them. So yeah, to your point, we were running interference. But I will say this, I will acknowledge that City Hall is the people's building. I will acknowledge that. So if I offended anybody by saying, suck it up, Buttercup, I'm sorry, because I know I pissed off some people by saying that right now.
Just made more people mad by saying that.
I did. So, you want transparency, there you go. But no, I do acknowledge that this is the people's building. It was just very confusing to me that for however many years, before my wife and I moved here, the annex building was a perfect place. I mean, it's high traffic. You saw all the campaign signs out there. It was a great place to vote. And then next thing we know, it's closed up for 2 years, just sitting there dormant, doing nothing. We offered to purchase the building. I mean, you and city manager even met with Commissioner Bowles down there, walked the building, made them a couple of offers, and we got rejected. And I'm just like, I don't get it. We gave them reasons why we wanted to purchase the building, what our plans were to use the building that would benefit Hutto, and we got rejected. So here we
And
are.
Ideally, City Hall would be the place, but the person who designed City Hall did not have the interest of the public in mind. And so that's why you have a library crammed in the corner, and we have one of the biggest council chambers I've been to in a lot of the cities. And the emphasis was not put on how to help the public. So there's one little bitty meeting room off to the side. And so, again, there's a lot of elections that happen. You got the ones in March, and then you have one in May, and then you have runoffs in May, and then you get all the ones. And so the end of the year, I don't mind. I think we still need to, almost like we need a subcommittee to figure out where we can have voting at, whether it be in industrial building that can be secured. And
I think we need to get an agenda item on the county commissioners court.
well,
Because they're the one that, we can come up with alternatives, where we're taking over the responsibility of the county commissioners. And I think they need to either take responsibility of what they've said they're gonna do or delegate it to someone else. And they charge us 30,000, well, that's all the digital stuff, but part of that is the physical building too. I think it's $30,000.
Well, even that, it's been a slow erosion of the benefits we get out of being part of the county. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, they said we had to start paying for 911 service. And then now we're basically in charge of finding our own facilities. And it made me wonder, I mean, what's it cost to get our own voting machines? Because we're paying them, everybody's making money off of us but us. And so then too much longer, we just do it ourselves because, I mean, everything from police service to everything else, it's that way. But anyway, as far as this facility, I don't mind us using this facility as long as it's a last resort. It should not be the first choice because we don't have the parking that some people think. And we don't have the facility. You have to move all this out of here. But it sounds like the elections person has looked at every possible place that they can find and everybody's saying no, which, I mean, and it bothers me that ESD is willing to charge $10,000 to use their building. And that's a public building, that's a people's building.
But can we charge the county for them using our building?
Yeah, they'll just charge us. So.
They set a precedent.
But I think parking is a thing, and obviously the church, Hutto Discovery was big enough that they used all the parking on the side of the road and all that, so I don't know that this is necessarily having, we had it at the annex, they could bring the voting equipment right out to the front spot for the elderly, and here we're gonna make the elderly park in a second-story garage, 3 stories up, and come down an elevator and come use it. Or they can wait for the 3 spots over to the side, but we don't have much choice this year, I don't think.
We got a motion?
Yeah.
What's the motion?
Motion to accept the use of city-owned facilities for early voting for the November 3rd, 2026 election.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Morris, second by Councilmember King. Any other discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Morris.
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember King.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton.
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Next, I have item 12.2, discussion and possible action regarding helping residents who have to move their mailboxes after the one-way street change downtown. Councilmember Thornton.
Yeah, I mean, this was just asking, to look into what could be done to make that happen. They've had their mailboxes there for a long time, and we come in and make it a one-way street. And then the post office tells them they have to move it to the other side of the street because it's one way and they're only delivering on one side. So, that's the purpose of this item, is to be able to take care of that for those residents.
It's just to have the city come by and move the mailboxes, plant the poles on the other side, right? In the right of way?
I mean, that's the simple solution, right? So, yeah.
Yes, so Kate Moriarty, Executive Director of Administrative Services. So internally, we've been coordinating about what this is functionally going to look like. We've confirmed how many properties are actually impacted by this. It's around a handful. Rather than moving the property owner's existing mailboxes, we are looking at what these standard specifications are for a mailbox, and so that they can keep or maintain whatever they have so that we aren't impacting their property. And then we'll place the new respective mailboxes in the right of way that we have the direction that the traffic is going. We have been in touch with the post office to confirm what the requirements are. We should have notified them when this was going on. And then we also should have coordinated the movement of the mailboxes when this direction was presented to staff from council. So we are reconciling that. We did confirm this week the number of people that are impacted. Public Works is working out procuring the needed materials for the mailboxes, and we intend to have that resolved as soon as possible and ensure that the property owners are notified.
Lesson learned on that. It's probably not a
Yes.
common thing to take roads one way.
What are the property owners doing in the interim?
Having to go to the post office to pick up their mail.
Not to be funny, how many is a handful?
I understand it to be 3 property owners. That is
Okay.
what staff relayed to me. I do want to go confirm that we're not missing another property owner or 2 that have their mailboxes on
I
the
say,
one.
yeah, because there'd be a couple and then, yeah.
Because there's definitely properties that are adjacent to the one-way streets, but the actual mailboxes and the addresses are on
side street.
bi-directional, yes.
Okay.
What street is it? Is there one street?
East Street.
East Street? Okay.
That's the most impacted, yes.
Thank you.
No, with that, downtown, there was an issue brought up about, didn't they talk to us about a mailbox for the businesses? Wasn't there an issue with the businesses not getting mail?
I remember that.
And they're looking for a community mailbox because the post office, after some changes we did, is making the businesses, they're not delivering mail to the downtown anymore.
That was a long time ago, like many months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I vaguely remember.
I might shoot you guys an email. I'll get with the chamber again, but I think there's an issue with all of downtown. I mean, it's like every service out there. We're out here trying to maintain service here, but also just cutting them. And so then we have to figure out how to make.
Okay.
But I get the mail because the guys are coming out with sitting in the right side of the car, go out the right, and we got the mailboxes now on the left.
Yeah, and they're not allowed to get out of the vehicle and cross the road. We can also coordinate with the post office in the meantime to confirm if additional mail is
Get to the other
withheld.
side.
Okay, so more to come on that. Have they been contacted, those homeowners that were working on this? Do they know or even?
No. So we will ensure that gets
Yeah,
done
you guys
tomorrow.
might talk to them just so they, while they're cussing us on the way to the mailbox, they, or post office, they say no, like we're working on it.
Yes.
And I think the first question they're going to ask, well, when will it be done? So you may not have a hard number, but if you could
Yes.
have a little bit tighter window of when that's to be occurred,
Absolutely.
but not to hold you to it, because that's what they're going to ask.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because the post office already notified them, I wonder if any of them have started trying to resolve it themselves.
Yeah, we'll get that figured out tomorrow.
Okay. All right, anything else on that one? All right, 12.4, discussion and possible action regarding modifying Hutto Economic Development Corporation and City of Hutto bidding contract processes to include local contractors.
Thank you, Mayor. A little background, just people are talking, dealing with chamber and small business and minority businesses. People are wanting to know how do they get on the bidding cycle to get some of the city funds spent to local businesses to stay here. I had a really good conversation with city manager on a one-on-one, so I may kind of defer to him to share part of that. But part of it was, I was looking at something that, and this may be an EDC thing as well, because the EDC has a bidding process in the city of Hutto, which is, I don't know what can be done and cannot be done there. But something looking at a 5, 10, or 15% of a contract, whatever that means, is a certain limit. Obviously, certain types of services that could be provided by these local contractors. City manager talked about hub, historically underused businesses, the Guyton bid system. So I think there are already protocols in the city bidding process that does look at what I call small businesses, women's, minority, veterans, whatever, and underutilized businesses. But if city manager may can elaborate on our conversation the other day, and you can be brief.
Sure. So the short of it is that in our purchasing policy, we have local preference that is allowed for generally the items that require to be bid out because they're over 50,000. So what that looks like is it could be that it's a scoring metric. If it's say something that's being scored versus just a pricing bid, to where they would receive some additional points because they're local, or the council can elect to take someone who's not necessarily the lowest bidder and accept someone who is slightly higher but is local. That's local preference. So that already exists in our purchasing policies. What really doesn't exist, and I don't know if it should or it shouldn't, but it really doesn't, would be us doing small purchases, right? Because generally speaking, the way that the city is designed and taught, if you will, is to save as much money as possible. So we almost always go with the lowest bidder whenever we're doing like smaller purchases. So there might be an opportunity to do something different there, to where you're like, hey, we don't really care if you're going to spend more money. If it's a Hutto business, we want you to spend more money and keep it in Hutto. Or y'all might be like, yeah, we don't really care if they're not cost competitive. They're not cost competitive. And then the other thing that we talked about is that the bidders, or the contract, well, that's not even the right word, the folks in the community who want to be considered for city business absolutely need to register. That's how they can be assured that whenever we go out and send or post a notice that matches what they do, they get notified. Because that's another aspect of it, is, well, I didn't know that they were, looking for this particular thing to get purchased or whatever. So they do that, they get notified. That's a big help. So there is already items in place for local preference, but it is not comprehensive, in the sense that this council has not said, staff, we want you to spend your money in Hutto, and therefore we need to design policies that ensure that you spend your money Hutto first. Like, that hasn't actually happened. So.
Thank you, City Manager. So I would ask two things. One is that maybe through communications, we can kind of promote for a short period of time, this bidding process, how to become registered, maybe push it out. I know that the chamber has in their newsletter, The Happening, I think, we can pull up some pages on there, and I think that's free of charge. So it's kind of just spread the word, maybe twice a year type of thing. And then I would ask council to consider, do we want to pursue something where for these small purchases that are now somewhat excluded, do we want to ask staff to come back and give us proposals on, try to focus more to local preferences for these smaller purchases, less than 50K? Thank you, Laura.
Well, here's what I'd ask. What are you calling local?
That's for it to be defined. Now, is that ETJ?
And I'm asking you, what do you see as being a local business?
City limits and ETJ.
And why ETJ? Because they're not paying taxes in the city, they're not voting, they're not part of our process. They moved, rightly or wrongly, potentially they moved, because we have a lot of contractors that are in the ETJ, but why are they there? It's a cheaper cost, they don't have to pay things, but then they're gonna take.
Okay.
Just throwing that out there, that's one. And then the other issue is, we had this before when we ran out of money. We had an administration that was real big on buying local, okay? Like city stuff. And so we were catering lunches all the time, local people. But it was only certain local people got the catering. And it started almost in a way creating undue influence. Like, for instance, let's say we have 3 print shops in town. Which local guy are you gonna go with? And the one you go with, all of a sudden, that's one you always go with, but then the other 2 are like, why, how do I get in? Right. And why did they get in? Oh, well, that's because their buddies it'll come out, their buddies with the mayor, right? Because
I had an idea for that.
What is
So,
it?
and that would be, and now, unless this is just a large management issue for staff, but we have a preferred service, PSA, preferred service agreements. Do we have a preferred local businesses service agreements where they are pre-vetted and they register, however, the cities, whether the current registration process or some new one to get us in a local PSA. And that way we can, have a rotation. And I think when I'm thinking of small items, I'm thinking for like maybe office supplies, or, when things are less than 50K, and I don't have a good example of all these things, but office supplies, not necessarily for.
We don't have the office supply stores in town. Now I'll start selling off his, and that's what'll happen is I'll start selling off his supplies, and then I'll hit up and go, look, it's cheaper at Staples.
For
but
example, I don't know what are the less than 50K, to be honest.
The only
with
thing
you,
I
so-
could see being would be food purchases,
Okay.
things like that. Like before one time it was his first meeting. For somehow we got food at Saltgrass and it was delivered. And we were like,
I didn't eat it.
he was like, damn, you guys got steak. And I was like, it's not even from the city. So I could see something like that, like, look, let's stay local on that.
Okay.
Or if we have food, but then I do think even that's a touchy, because let's say you want Mexican taco bar, 4 restaurants, who you picking? I can tell you
Okay.
this, if I eat at one, I make at least 2 mad. And so I have to eat at all of them regularly to make sure everybody's happy. And I think it's something we should look at. I just think it's something we gotta be very careful, because if he orders ice cream for somebody, there's like 5 people selling ice cream right now.
Well, like I said, not necessarily actions, but the 2 things that want to come out of this is increase our communication, and then maybe push back to staff to see if this is even viable without putting a heavy load on staff to propose something that is not going to work.
But I would like a roadway guy that one day lives in Hutto, so we can just say, look, it's not us, it's a guy, he lives over in such and such neighborhood, go talk to him once. Because right now, we got a guy that's coming in from California that gives us excuses, and if you're homegrown, I don't disagree, it may cost a little more, but man, I think you'll get,
Done.
You get a different.
I think you get better service. The problem is, I don't know, that's what you're saying, I don't know how you implement that, because you also don't want the guy that doesn't know what he's doing, but because he's local, he got picked.
I just had a quick question about defining local. Are we saying that this is local businesses that are registered in Hutto, or that the owners live in Hutto?
I don't want to define the parameters of it. I just wanted to share.
So either one could be a qualifier.
What do you look? I just wanted, we define, the city will, staffing will recommend what's defined as local, what those qualifications are, how do you register, and then what type of procurements or services would be considered local worthy. In other words, we have that enterprise.
And I just asked because it sounds like this is it's a good move to try to reinvest and keep money here. That's why I'm asking, like, does that mean because the owners live here or because the business is registered here? So we'd want to clarify that too, because somebody could have their business registered here, but they live, in Round Rock, right? So are we giving them a break then they're going to spend it there? I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but
It
that's another thing we
typically
wanna
is
look at.
defined as they have their principal place of business within the city of Hutto.
As long as their business is registered, as long as the business is registered in Hutto, that's what
They
we
could
would
live
define as
somewhere else, but
local.
have a.
Not registered, the
Oh.
business actually has to be in Hutto. The
Oh, yeah,
principal
business has to be
place.
here.
in-
Okay,
in
like their
Hutto.
headquarters would have to be here.
But they had pushed back one thing you
That's a
said.
good qualification.
You said, if I understood right, staff would bring back a recommendation on what local is.
Well,
I think
just
that's.
make suggestions.
Here's the thing. This is where I've gotten sideways with other city managers, I don't think with James. I think it's our job to tell staff what we think is local, and then for them to say, that's gonna be tough, but we shouldn't be asking them, because that's a policy decision. We should tell them, we want local, we wanna define local as blah, 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 based on best practices, and then they have to come back with the rules or whatever for that, because if we ask them,
I'm fine with that.
and I just say that
You're
'cause-
gonna be, state law is gonna probably define the local bidder as their principal place in Hutto, but we'll verify that,
State law defines local.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the primary headquarters.
And the amount that you can give them and the amount of the contract that applies.
I'm fine with all the.
Yeah, and I can see why state law is involved, because again, if we have a construction guy and all of a sudden it's like, hey, Jim, you help get this one done, and I'll make it up to you at election time, well, all of a sudden, the local guy is getting all the contracts, because 3 of us are up for election.
Rotation, yeah.
And, we're trying to figure out, everybody's trying to figure out, why do they keep, I literally asked James today if someone was connected to a bank, because I looked at the CDs, and I was like, who do we know at East West Bank? They've got like all the CD business, because immediately, that's where my mind, is that not how it always goes, James? It always goes to, someone's got a relative at such and such, and I've been through.
Earps and the East West Bank.
Well, I think you can remember when we had people who were residents who were coming up at public comment praising the current leaders, and then it turned out later that they all had contracts.
Yeah, that's another point. We did. We had people come up and we were like, we're just like, man, this guy just rails on us every single week. And then one day we were eating pizza, Peter and I were, and God bless him, he's since passed, but he came up and he was like, oh yeah, I'm doing this project out here. I'm doing the OSHA verification for the co-op. And I left and I said, Peter, did he say OSHA? And I was like, that's a federal thing. That has nothing to do with us. And so I asked for the contract and staff gave it to me. And then I published it on social media and they fired the guy the next day. But it was a $50,000 contract, automatically renewable every 6 months. And then we found the emails where it was like, hey, what do you want me to say today?
Oh, my goodness.
And we had multiple ones like that. So that's what I mean. Everything with me is I wasn't this way 9 years ago or 8 years ago.
I rescind the agenda. No, I'm sorry.
But that's where I think with the proper safeguards, I like the rotation.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, hey, and then
Pre-vetted.
and then if it's very open and transparent, then you can sit there and go like, we're helping out. And I would rather, I'll be honest, I'd rather help like women, minority businesses than it would be, you know, Evan's
ahead,
got a
Evan.
security system and now he wants to
Just
put
go
on
ahead, Evan.
cameras.
There we go.
No,
You ready to go to exec?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm getting hungry again.
motion to, no action taken?
No.
No.
All right, so we'll keep working on this.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
This will be another message board. We'll try to get more active, Aaron.
All right, it's 11:26. We'll go to executive session. We have item 13.1, receive legal advice pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to deliberate and seek legal advice regarding B, agreement for preliminary engineering services and submittal of Exhibit A for the railroad approval with Union Pacific Railroad Company. C, sales tax sharing interlocal agreements and proposed interlocal agreement for fire services with the Williamson County Emergency Services District Number 3. And 13.2, receive legal advice pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney and deliberations pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.072, real property, 551.087, economic development negotiations related to pending economic development projects being considered by the Hutto Economic Development Corporation or the City of Hutto, including but not limited to A, Project Core, B, Project Blue Hub, C, Project Crawford, D, Project Air, E, Project Orchard, F, Project Holt, G, Project City of Hutto Fire Station Number 1, Fire Apparatus Consultant Agreement and Fire Services, and H, Project 107 East Street, times 1128.
So.
All right, it's 1 a.m. We're back from executive session. No action was taken. Next, we have item 14.1, consideration possible action related to executive session items listed above. And I'll make a motion that we approve the agreement for preliminary engineering services and submittal of the Exhibit A for railroad approval with Union Pacific Railroad Company.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Snyder, seconded by
Reynolds.
Councilman Reynolds. Is that with an A or an O? Reynolds.
An E.
All right, there we go.
It's after midnight.
All right. Any discussion on that motion?
No, sir.
All right, hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. And then, let's see, I'll try to word this correctly. I'll make a motion that we direct staff to send a letter to the ESD number 3 requesting a election for an 80-20 split, 80% going to the city of Hutto on sales taxes.
Second.
To also send one to the county.
There you go. That's what I was about to. Second.
Second by Porterfield.
I wanted to make sure you got the
Yeah,
Williamson
quick.
County in there.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Then I'll make a motion that we send to the ESD and the county the proposed ILA agreement that has the assumption of the ESD 3 as part of a city department.
Second.
I should say that other one was option A, this we're calling option B.
There you go.
All right, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. And then, let's see, that's B, that's A. And then I have a motion for an option C, which is an amendment to the interlocal agreement for the allocation of sales tax revenue between Williamson County Emergency Services District Number 3 and the city of Hutto, Texas.
Second.
Seconded by Morris.
Mayor, you want to send that over to all parties as well?
Yes,
To ESD and Williamson County?
yes. And just for the public, the reason I'm wanting to send to county everything is the ESD is a county-appointed board and they're not an elected board. And so to me, we've kept them in the loop, the judge and some of the commissioners. So I think it's just appropriate to keep them in the know.
All three options.
Mhm. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Did I miss any?
There's
Okay.
one more?
You said one more?
Anything else anybody else wants to do? Okay,
No, there's nothing on 13.2.
all right. 15.1, general comments from city council.
I have a general comment. Just going back to how we're doing our appointments for boards and commissions. I should have said it when I made the nomination for the person who I nominated, but it was based on due diligence of the fact that the applicant has a master's in publishing, does a specialization in research and data validation, a master's in education, and presented a really great case for her appointment to the Library Advisory Board. And I think it's a shame that she was not approved because she would have been a true asset and brought something new and unique to the Library Advisory Board.
All right, any other general comments? All right, future agenda items?
Yeah, I'd like to have one to bring all the audio and transcripts from our ESD 3 meetings, subcommittee meetings, between City Council and ESD 3, to release all the transcripts and audio in full, unedited.
Are you sure you want it unedited?
Yeah, I don't want to edit it. I'm good.
To the public,
All right.
To the public.
to the public.
Yes, release it. Yeah.
I said a bad word on there, but,
Wow.
That's okay.
Well, not
any
mine,
other
not
ones?
the first time.
I have one for future agenda item to bring for EDC to bring forth a discussion of the plan for the downtown, because we are proposing quite a few investments in the downtown area, and I think it'd be good for a public conversation about what the plan is, what the purpose is for the incentives, and also to promote awareness that this is something that's available for our downtown district.
We do 9:17 for that?
Yeah, that's fine.
I've got yours being fair, as quick as we can get the audio in.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have that one for, we'll call it the 20th. Okay, any others?
8:20, okay.
Well, I don't know if this is, and I was looked to Dottie for this. I did ask earlier about getting clarification on definition, rules, and responsibilities of subcommittees, but is that like an us thing? Or is that something we give direction for staff
We
to
can
come up
do,
with?
what we can do is we can review the council protocols.
For the
Okay.
appointment of council subcommittees.
Yeah, and what their roles, what is, I want to get clarification also for me and for the public about what are their stated rules, responsibilities, and guardrails for for council subcommittees.
I'll bring that up, I'll get that on there, and we'll have, it can be actions, we can make amendments if we want to. When I work with James and we got like a lower meeting, so we'll try to get one of them in September, if that works.
That's fine.
All right, I have a couple, and I'll send these to James. Based on what the EDC attorney said, we need to have an ordinance brought to establish a fire department. So I have that brought up in September. A review of procurement processes on pavement work. The guy brought up some pretty good comments, and
Say that again.
review of our procurement process on pavement work, like how we're piggybacking off
All right,
first.
yeah.
And then I'd like to bring up the next one, the DEIB review of the board directives and priorities. We established that probably 5 years ago, I want to say. And so just to reevaluate where we're at,
DIB, what was that? TB?
just review of the board directives and priorities.
Directives and priorities.
And, all right,
I have one more item.
Yep.
Future agenda item to ask staff to come up for clarification on the return of investment of trainings we talked about earlier. When Mr. Coons brought up wanting to send a board member or a committee member, council to training, just to have staff come up with a way that they can demonstrate that when people are going off for training, how it's brought back in a way that's truly digestible and usable, so that we can see the return of an investment on that training. It can be a template, or it could be a protocol, but something that's real and not just, theoretically, they brought that back.
okay. Anything else?
Oh my God.
All right, we're going to adjourn at 1:09 a.m. on, what are we at here?
7th.
August,
Is it still the 7th?
September? We're in August?
August.
August 7th.